it.
Here we go.
Yeah! Okay, so now that we've all discussed exactly how we're going to die in this game,
Yeah.
Anna, do you want to take it away with a little recap for us?
I will take it away with a little recap. Thank you very much, Emma.
Take it away, Anna.
Session 169, nice.
Nice.
Begins with brunch. Giral apologizes for the Karul party. Could have been a private affair.
No.
Anyway, the brunch offers a moment of pause for everybody. Brian then confirms with Lucas about the boats that are going to the Fang for the Ukrainian people who want to go. Also, I think Lucas is like starting discussion on the migration.
Yes.
Yeah. Cass gets some limited info from Karul about the Sisterhood, mainly sort of locations where they operate, like Batar, another city in the Underdark that I did not catch the name of. That started with an M. Say again, sorry.
Menzo Berenzon.
Menzo Berenzon.
Yes.
Menzo
Berenzon.
Berenzon.
Yes.
You
don't have to worry about it. It's probably not going to come up again for a while.
I got like the first 2.5 syllables of that, so I'm very proud of that. Also, they're located underneath the old Thieves Guild in Ironstone. Thank you. There's the option. Cass thinks of the option of maybe trying to join the Sisterhood to work at them from the inside. Also, Karul, not so helpfully, offers that you can lure the Sisterhood to you by flaunting a magical child, and they'll come. Great. Bluey, reminder, Bluey has a Nat 1 roll to offer an enemy. Or one of you if you really want to.
That's so good! Why would I let you have this ability? I gave that to you. Oh my god.
It's so weird because, like, it's kind of designed for your own rolls. But, like, I always roll so low. It's so often it's like a 4 and a 2, and it's like, okay. Yeah. Someone who's being mean can get it. Bluey also finishes some crafts with Valis, including very cool-looking knives. Sleia tends to Farinia in Cerellaras's mansion after brunch, including good foot rub for the puffy feet, which is very important. Zarina and Leander say goodbyes to Laz, Baz, Saz, all of us.
Baz. I was summoned.
And we get the feeling that this may be the last time a bunch of us see them for a while. Hello. Or at all. Oh my god, hello. Yes. Cass has the opportunity to thank them for being kind of like parents to her, and is given 2 potions to protect against possession. And Brian confirms that Zarina can cast the mansion for the children.
The children.
The children.
What can anyone think of the children?
Cass passes info on the Sisterhood to Freya, and thinking up a plan of bringing Sinestre's bones to Batar with somebody else. They have Cass and Freya have a long pash and mage hand butt pinch. Very important. On the way to see all the Apprentices to tell them about the boats, Bluey spots the Shadowfell mist, and it tries to bring her somewhere, and she promises to follow it soon. Everybody does. Everybody promises that, we'll follow it. Bluey is distressed. Into the tent, the Ukrainians are very anxious, being cooped up. They're given boat options. Lucas apologizes for effectively having them under lockdown, and given the sort of basic story of Sleer's assassination, but I don't think used the word murder, death.
Feels like a children's cartoon.
Yes. Was attacked. Yeah. And then told them all that Pikatara has to come with us to Eldralyth directly. The Ukrainians must decide by noon where they go. About half of them are convinced to come back to the continent. Lucas thanks Brian and the party, and he and Daniel give the first half of their goodbyes, and then I think go off to organise the boats. I'm not too sure. Anyway, meanwhile, I think Freya retrieves Sinestre's bones from Rolmy down in the dungeons, and Sleer does gentle repose on the bones so that they can't. Sinestre can't be brought back as undead or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brian organises or mentions to Sorelleras about needing their mansion to be moved to help transport people, and Sorelleras agrees and has milky dips, I think. Sorry, like dairy-based dips.
Oh, right, dips. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said milky dips, and I was so confused what you meant.
I'm so sorry. Yes, and then Brian also talks to Karul. We all go to the Void Room. Karul's abilities are tested. He's quite low-level magic, capable, but not really dangerous, it seems. Although he can still possess. Anyway, Sleer is also taught one disguise for themselves of that pink tiefling. Yes, by Jaral. Pikotaro is unceremoniously captured in the locket. Karul is turned into a stoat.
Is that Georgia?
Hello.
Georgia, Cass just died. I'm really sorry. I'm for it. That's so sad. Guys, so anyway, you are all standing around the lifeless body of Rikas, your former friend. She's bleeding out on the floor, her blue hair just scattered to the sides.
I had no sound for most of that, so I just managed to blue hair on the floor. So.
Cass is brutally dead.
She had heart failure on the way to Eldralyth.
I thought Sleer had the heart failure.
Heart failure.
Heart failure. Heart failure is the leading cause of death in a prayer. Second, I think it's splitting the party.
It was Cass's liver that finally gave up. It was like, I can't hack anymore.
Yeah, your blood poisoning. Spontaneous blood poisoning. Right, Anna, sorry, I cut you off very rudely.
No, that's fine. Where am I? Yes, Karul is made into a stoat. Then we all say goodbye to Rolmy and Sharp Pistol. Brian promises that he will check in with them periodically. Noted that down. He's also given the ornamental dagger that Pikatara originally gave him on that coronation night. To Lucas and Daniel, goodbyes to them. Daniel gives heartfelt thanks for saving her so long ago. And I think Brian offers congratulations on the wedding and apologies for Valis. Partially caring for him. But I also a thanks, I would imagine. Yes. Where am I up to? It just jumped. Kev has made some food for us. Cass says that the roses like orange peel. That's for him to know. Shu will come with us at least part of the way, and that a big polar bear, Lachey, will remain here thanks to Lucas. Sweet. Giral says goodbye to Valis. Valis thanks us for playing with him. IT offers good luck and will wait for Bluey, and Bluey's emotional. So after that, I left the call. I think the last thing I heard was that Sleer has said goodbye to everyone.
Yeah.
But Farinia.
Yeah. I can take over if you prefer.
Bring us up too,
Yeah,
and that's like,
yeah,
that's all I have officially.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So when you left the call, more goodbyes were said. There's not too much after that. Not too much. I mean, goodbyes were said, and you guys all went to Eldralyth together, stopping off on the way to at what is assumptively Batar to say goodbye to Freya and Indira as they take Sinestro's bones back. Obviously, Farinia and Sleer parted and said their goodbyes before this happened. And then you guys exit into Eldralyth, where Sorelas exits the mansion, and you find that you are sort of like just beside Eldralyth, the dragon, who Eldralyth's watch is named for. He greets it like an old friend, and then you all proceed around the dragon, saying goodbye to Sorelas, who re-enters their mansion, and the door just disappears, leaving Cass, Bluey, Ulster, Sleer, Loran, Saraza, Giral, Carol,
the whole squad, and Pico's in the locket.
And Pico in the locket, and Shu. All of them. Such a bizarre, weird squad.
The Prison Collective returns.
Now with Carol in it?
Now with Carol?
And Giral.
He puts the K in Prison Collective. It's the Carol Collective now.
That's what he's saying in the corner, just muttering under his breath. But Bluey, you turn around the dragon. Everybody moves and passes the dragon. And you see something rather peculiar. So, I'll bring us back with this, something I said previously, but I'll reiterate for you all now. You've seen Eldralyth before, Eldralyth's Watch, the city. You know where it should be, but Eldralyth is gone. Where it once stood is an empty grass plain, which is occupied by only a few things. The first is a collection of tent-like structures, which you can assume constitute the Shades, the slum which sat on the outskirts of the city. And that's it. That's all.
What? What is this? What have you done?
Okay, wait.
Cass just blinks and rubs her eyes and just goes, "Oh, it's back. It was all a dream."
Cool.
Yes, Anna?
What is the distinction between Eldralyth and Eldralyth's Watch?
Eldralyth is a dragon. It's the name of the dragon. Some people call Eldralyth just because it's a shorter name. Eldralyth's Watch is the city itself. Everything within the walls is Eldralyth's Watch. And it's named Eldralyth's Watch because of the dragon that's like fallen just outside of the city. Its head just staring right at the city gates.
Okay.
So the city is gone. The place you were here to see, to engage with Elijah, it's disappeared.
Can I roll a persuasion?
My hand was up first.
Me? No, you can't.
I'm going to roll it anyway. Let's see if I can persuade you to just bring it back.
My hand was up first, Emma Sensei.
Yes, Lily, I see you.
My hand is also up, but you can't see me, but I just want to put that out
actually.
There. Okay, let's just go in order of everyone who put their hands up.
It was me.
Anna, no. Lily, what did you want to do?
You just gave me trauma.
I love you.
I have an idea that I would like to start doing if no one stops me.
Okay.
I'd like to walk into the area I know Eldralyth's watch to roughly be, and I would like to start a ritual of commune with nature.
Okay, you guys are about a 15-minute walk there. So you guys start kind of like confused, but I mean, you have to go, heading over to Eldralyth. Sleia, what did you want to do?
Sleia's is something very similar to what Ulster wants to do, which is Sleia wants to use her 17th level ability, her capstone ability, Visions of the Past, to do an area reading.
Okay, that's really, really
It's just Ulster and Sleia sitting down going,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
An animal, actually, is there like an animal nearby?
Animal. Make a perception check.
That's true.
And Anna, what did you want? Sorry, Bluey, what did you want to do?
I was thinking of doing something much less impressive, but like a survival check or something, just to confirm that this is where Eldralyth's watch is meant to be.
Okay, so I want the perception check from you, Cass, and I want the survival check from you, Anna.
22 for my
22.
perception.
How far away are you looking? On how immediate do you want sound to
Basically,
be?
I have a spell which is I can like talk to animals, and
Okay,
I just quite like to find an animal and be like, "Yo, what the fuck happened here?"
Okay, so you see like some movement in the undergrowth, and there's like a little mole just like about 30 feet away from you that's just kind of like scrabbling, trying to bury underneath. It's like getting to like, no, it's not twilight. It's about dawn, so it's like I need to sleep. I need to get underground and started to dig.
Okay, so I sit down and I cast Speak with Animals.
Okay, the mole sees you coming and immediately starts digging faster. And you see it's just a little butt sticking out the air, and you cast Speak with Animals, and you can just hear it. You can just hear it saying, "Gotta go fast!
Gotta go so fast!
Gotta go fast!" And it's digging.
Excuse me, good mole. I'm sorry to startle you.
Oh, I'm scared of everything.
I understand that. I would be scared of me too. I'm very fearsome. If I could just pick your brains for 2 seconds and ask you a question.
Leave my brains
I just need to ask you something, and then once I've asked you it, I will help you dig your hole much faster so you can get away from the sun.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on, persuasion. I mean, why do I even... As long as it's not a 1, I'm fine. Hang on. 27.
Okay, 27. So they stop and they look at you and they, yeah, okay. All of my tunnels have just disappeared weirdly, and now I've got to dig some new ones.
That's what I was gonna ask. Did you see what happened?
I was underground.
No. Casamigi seems like
family.
to ask.
My family, they were cuddled all together on the bed, and I decided to leave. I don't know why. I felt like I was giving a strop. I just needed some space. I was looking for some worms to munch. And then I turned around and my family was gone, and so were my tunnels.
You see Cass like just squat down and start chittering to this mole, and she looks so sad.
The mole was like,
Sarah's like, get here, stat. Comfort the mole.
Sarah looks oddly compelled to approach the mole. But gives it some space. I can tell it's sad. I don't want to approach and distress it more.
Cass is like, she like wipes her eyes. She's like, that is a very sad story.
I see you understand me.
My family has truly been ripped apart in multiple ways.
How many ways are we talking? Sorry, please.
What did you say, sorry?
How many ways are we talking?
Too many to count.
Ah!
I think Cass is like, wipes her eyes. She's like, oh, this is terrible, but did you see how it happened? Did it just disappear, or was there...
Hear or feel?
I am a mole. I'm mostly blind.
Oh no!
I don't need your corpse. Hang on. Okay.
Did you smell magic? Can you smell magic?
Did you
Smell magic, and it smells like marshmallows. I think I smelled that very particular magic smell just as they disappeared. Yes, it was a magical effect.
And how long ago was it? I think that's. Yeah.
I'm a mole. I don't understand time.
How many times did you have to go to sleep?
That's fair. Everybody else, I'm just going to really quickly do a smash cut. Everyone else, as you're walking forwards, you see Cass sit down with this mole. You look over at the shades. You notice there are people there who are sort of starting to make their way out of the shade. There is movement. There is, in fact, life.
I think to increase it, I think Cass would have, she knows the shades. She met people there. She would have looked over at the shades and been like, no, this is the mole for me.
This is the one.
Yeah.
This is going to bust this case wide open.
Cool.
Also,
from the inside.
Let me just check something.
Basil ran away because he didn't like his voice.
He did not.
That's the voice we use for Basil.
Yeah.
Maybe sneeze. He's upset with me.
Aww.
Thank you.
I'm just checking my notes for a piece of information.
What if I snatched the iPad and ran away?
But why would you do that?
We have the information, but none of us would get to know it or play.
Yeah, I'd be dead.
These are the bold moves for against someone who could kill all our characters in an instant.
Got all of you hostage.
Mm-hmm. So, you guys listen as Cass continues chittering with this mole. And the mole says to you, Cass, I can't be sure. It was at least twice.
Okay. Cass is like, is there anything else you can add?
I don't know if this is in your power, but if you can, please return my mole family to me.
New mission acquired.
Cass is like, so get everything else. My sole and only mission for the rest of time is to reunite this small family.
I have great riches. I can give them to you.
Cass is like, riches. She's like, no, you're better than that now. She kneels down and she extends like a little finger and she was like, I will do everything in my power to get your mole family back. Shake on it.
They get their little star nose and they just start to shake your finger.
Yeah, Cass is like that. And then Cass is like, and a deal is a deal. And she just gets on the floor and starts digging.
The deal is the deal. Dig. Okay, so Cass is about 2 minutes delayed behind everyone else. But she will catch up. You have that faith. Everybody else, you guys are moving forwards. You guys are moving forwards, and my notes went weird. Hang on a second. Let me just do that properly. There we go. Now, Bluey, you said survival check.
I did. I'm reading over survival now, and not that I have the best grasp of it, but maybe what I'm thinking of is either nature or perception.
Okay.
In terms of, but maybe survival because it's like, what is the soil type here? Do I remember the soil type here? Like, what does the coastline look like?
You're a prayer and you've probably been here before, multiple times, enough to have a bit of an understanding of the area. What did you roll?
I rolled 13 for survival. That will be drastically lower for nature, and The same for perception.
Let's go with survival then.
Alright.
Okay, so I think what you can tell from your survival is that there are plenty of tracks leading as you guys walk towards where the centre of the city gate should be. There are plenty of tracks leading out of the city, some of them older than others, and you get the impression that and this is slightly comforting, at the very least, when Eldralyth was here, you understand that people have probably been fleeing the city as much as they possibly could. There are small single footprint tracks. There are larger caravans that have clearly trundled through here. And with your knowledge of the surrounding area, you know that a lot of these people are probably bottlenecked either by the coastline leading towards Melas or by the Green Sea, which is that huge forest which is really, really difficult to navigate in between the royal capital and Ironstone. You guys haven't been there, though Ulster and Cass have. You get the impression if you either spied on that section or you had a look in there that you would probably find a large populace of Eldralyth, maybe no less of 400 people, 500 people or so, is probably camped out there waiting to be ferried through to get access to the rest of the country.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Green Sea is not the sort of place to let's do a camping trip for a week. Like, it's not that sort of place?
No. It's somewhere that people go for exploration. It's quite like the Princess Mononoke forest, I feel, where the trees and like the nature are really commanding. So it's hard to get through without someone who was born and raised there.
Okay.
And obviously, it's not a huge place, so those guides are expensive and hard to find, but it's not impossible. A lot of the royal army is from the Green Sea, so that they can have that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I just have to retcon a bit of backstory for Bluey, that's all.
Oh, that's fine. Don't worry. We can talk about that. You want to go on a camping trip to the Green Sea?
No.
Oh no. It's Bluey's been on a camping trip, and that's where she found the sword. It doesn't have to be in the Green Sea. There we go.
No, let's go. That's fine. That's good. It's good. You went there. You found the sword. So you are making your way, and both Sleia and also you want to cast your magics to see what on earth is going on here. Now, I'll say before you get to the actual area where you can sit on the ground, touch the earth that once was Eldralyth, and kind of feel what's happened there. Before you get to that point, there is another obstacle in between you, which is the shades. And as you approach, you see a lot of the tents kind of carrying on from your survival check, Blue. You kind of have this passively. A lot of the tents that used to be here have been dismantled. The amount left behind is significant. It's significant enough to leave like a blop on the a blip on the horizon line. But it's much smaller than you remember. A lot sparser. But like I said, there are people here. You see some more, the less mobile of the populace here. The sickly or the elderly or larger families have spent a lot more time here trying to make their way out of Eldralyth than, say, those who are able-bodied and in condition fit to just get up and go.
Mm.
That being said, you catch a group, so just as you kind of enter the cusp of the city, as the sort of tents begin to kind of like loom up over you, the sort of ramshackle structures of like wooden beams and like scavenged stuff from the city are all kind of like just still there. Like the shells of them are there, those which haven't been dismantled, but there's just nothing going on in there.
Mm.
You catch a group who are packing what seems to be a handmade wagon built of a whole load of scrap materials, pulled by a skinny but fairly solid-looking donkey. 2 men, an older woman, and 2 small children are kind of like loading up things on the packs. The 2 children are passing just whatever bundles they have, fabrics, things that they've clearly scavenged from other dwellings onto the back of the cart. Anything that you can imagine they might sell later on to earn a living. And they are slowly getting ready to leave. And when they see you approaching, they eye you with apprehension, especially considering how well dressed you are, the fact that you're covered in magical items, with the airs of people who have come from money. You get the impression that they're sizing you up, deciding whether or not you're a threat before they engage with you.
But you're like, excuse me.
And they quickly realise you are not hostile.
Hello, excuse me.
Who are you directing this to? The children, the older woman, the men?
Children, I feel more comfortable talking to them.
Okay. The 2 men see you approaching their children.
No, I don't approach them. I just stay far away and wave. I'm scared of the men.
The men hold onto their children's shoulders and just sort of slowly pull them away, unless make a charisma check.
Yeah. Natural 1.
Natural 1. They slowly pull them away and start moving them towards the cart. Anybody else want to try with this?
Is Cass there yet? Or is she still digging?
Cass, if you can decide to stop digging whenever you like, the most it's going to take is a running jog, and you're going to be about 2 minutes behind the others.
Nobody likes me.
I feel like Cass would have done quite. I mean, I feel like she can dig quite a bit quicker than them all. So I think she'd be like, "You good? We done?
We are done. Goodbye. Thank you for meeting me. What's your name? My name. My name is Defeat.
Is what?
My name is Defeat.
Defeat. Okay.
Get it?
Cass. I got it.
Oh.
Cass.
Cass.
Goodbye. Please find my mother, the head and the shoulders.
Okay.
Together they become one giant man in a trench coat.
I tried 5 years ago.
As long as there's a deboob, Cass doesn't care. She's like, cool, got it, I'm off.
Bye.
A what? A dibba what?
A deboob.
Deboob. It's got a marvellous boot. It's just
okay, cool. Cass is like, and then she's like running up. But I think what could be quite interesting is like Brian's clearly not doing well because he was like, hey to the children. And I mean, if you've got a nat 1 on your charisma check, I'm sure you're coming across a bit odd. And then Cass just runs
Teenager, it's not that creepy.
and Cass comes running up like covered in dirt.
I won't steal anything.
Cass like runs up covered in mud. Hello.
Okay. Looking like one of the swamp benders from Avatar, please roll a charisma check. You might do it better on this one.
Oh shit. Oh, very well. That was 19. So is that just a straight charisma?
Straight up, so 24.
So that is 24.
Nice. Okay. At that, and seeing the rest of your party assemble and realising that, I think Bluey looks like she's probably wearing a Prayan made armour, locally constructed, so it's not so terrifying. Cass, you as well. They've seen people like you around Prayer. They know that you're kind of like, from your mannerisms, that you're probably from around here. Same with you, Sleer, considering you grew up here your whole life.
Sleia doesn't look like herself. Just a reminder, Sleia looks like a pink.
She doesn't look like herself. Never mind, ignore me completely. You look completely different. I even have that written on my notes, but far down.
What do you look like, Sleia?
Pink tiefling.
The pink tiefling with, I believe it was like a patchwork skirt, very like colorful.
Yeah. Wait.
And Sleia's kind of embracing that look. So
love it.
I will have started the ritual since no one wants to talk to me. I'm going to drop off and start.
Okay, you trudge through the shades. Everybody else.
Sleia goes with Ulster to also
meditate.
So
you two also do magic. Cass, I think
Cass and Bluey would stay in chat.
Yeah. I think Gerald and Carl are hanging back. They know that they don't look very welcoming, and that's purely just because they are constantly frowning and scowling. So they are just hung back with Shu, probably, who's growling at them. Saraza is right behind you, Cass and Bluey, because he loves you both and thinks that you're doing great. And
not babysitting us at all.
Definitely babysitting.
Okay.
The three of you strike a slightly more welcoming image to the
Not welcoming!
You've got a natural one! I have to go with the rolls! Okay, so Ulster starts crying, and Slia, Loran, you have to console him. We've been playing for half an hour.
Yeah, guys, we need to get into this dungeon crawl.
Anyway, the family seem a little bit more amicable, and rather than approaching you, they don't necessarily run away from you. And Saraza just calls out, can I help you with your supplies at all? To which the men say, one of the men says, I think we're okay. Thank you for your offer, kind sir. And the old woman just says, yes, you can lift me onto the trolley, thank you. And she just prepares herself to be carried, and Saraza just shuffles on his feet awkwardly and is like, oh, okay. And then goes and carries her. With Saraza next to them, Blue, do you want to help?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Saraza is capable, but it's probably easier and safer with two.
Yeah. So you guys crisscross your arms and you lift her onto the trolley. And she says, thank you, blue one, and Mr. Taller Man. Yes. If only my son was quite as amicable as you two. And you can see that the son is a bit at the end of his tether. He looks tired. He is a little bit scrawny. And with Saraza and yourself put right next to them, you can tell these people aren't in a very good way. They're not on death's door, but they're definitely skinnier than they should be. And if you have any questions for them, they don't look like they would turn you away.
We were coming to Eldralyth Watch. What happened to it?
The woman says, oh, these things, they happen. One day your city is there, the next it poof, disappears. I've been expecting something strange to happen for a while now. At which point the son chimes in and just says, I mean, it's a little bit more complex than that. The children are kind of loaded up onto the cart, and the other man is sort of looking after the donkey and getting some supplies out. The person who approaches you and is talking to you has a sort of a mop of mousy brown speckled with grey hair, clearly human, very sun-roughed skin, patchwork clothing. But he has a kind expression. He's got a lot of smile lines around his eyes. It's just now that they are downturned and he looks a bit more sullen than he should. And he just says, you're clearly new here. But one day the city was here, the next it vanished.
And when did it vanish?
Days ago, but anyone...
Just like the mole said.
Just like the mole said, exactly. Anyone living here could tell you that something had been brewing for a while. It's hard to say exactly what, but yeah, weird things have been going on in that city for a while now. And if you ask me, it's about time we moved on.
Like what? What weird things?
Magic things?
We had friends in that city, and we need to.
I had a friend once. I had a friend from up north. They lived on the coastline. Dion often travelled over to the Fang. They used to tell me about those northern lights, the ones that you can see kind of scattering over towards those other countries up there, the colder ones. I don't know much about lights, but I'm pretty certain in my whole life I've never seen anything like that here. But there are these At night, it's almost like the day sometimes. These bright flashes that have just been cascading over us for weeks now.
What colours particularly? Cass is thinking back to when we've scribed into Elijah's study and had flashing lights. That's what she's thinking.
Green, gold, red, mixture.
That's the lights that was in Elijah's office, isn't it?
Precisely.
Cass is like, just as I suspected.
Look, I didn't expect a whole city to disappear, but we knew something was going to happen, so we've been stockpiling for a while, just in case. They already look down on us out here. Well, they used to. He looks up and just looks at nothing. Thought maybe they might have been preparing to wipe us all out and send us away, or worse. So we've been thinking about going for a while. But the other day we woke up to a light that just pierced through our home, our tents. All those colours. No. I can't really be sure exactly how it happened. The vision, it was all bright and full of fairies. But there was this noise, like this strange, like hum, churning noise, and then I went outside and it was gone. And we look, we're a slum at the end of the day. We know what we are. Without the city at our side, without any scraps to pick up, without anywhere to, I'll be honest, though I'm not proud of it, without anywhere to borrow from. We can't half survive here. But look, I already know going to the Green Sea is not an option. It's too big. Too many people. Going to the ocean, dangerous. So I guess we'll chance it along the coast. It's our best bet.
Along the coast of Melas, is that what Libby knows?
Melas is the only city you can access from that side, yeah. But there are other places along the way. Ganarok. I've heard that one's a good one.
Because Cass, I know someone who frequents the Green Sea. I could maybe send her a message and see if she would guide you through, if you'd prefer.
Why do you want to do this? What do you expect in return?
Nothing. You look like you need help, and I'm from here, and if I can help, I will.
Right.
It doesn't mean that there's no risk. Obviously, the Green Sea, even with a guide, can be a tricky place to navigate, as I know, but so can the coast. So I wanted to give you the option, because that would take you more directly to Ironstone.
We're actually hoping to stay out of the southern cities. Don't know if you can tell, but city folk aren't exactly doing well right now. And anyone with a passive perception over 12, really, you can already tell from looking at these people. Yeah, they are unwell, yeah. Especially the elderly woman. She has like very sallow cheeks, milky eyes, and her skin is quite pockmarked and greying, and every breath is quite rattling. You see it in the children as well, especially. The two men less so, but those here who are either the elderly or very young are suffering a bit more.
Okay, I think Cass would sort of be like, she doesn't want to promise because she doesn't want to use up any of Slea's spell slots or spells unless Slea actually wants to. But I think Cass would at least ask Slea if she would want to heal them.
Okay.
Bluey's happy to say engage with the kids and perhaps distract them with one of Kev's nicely packed things and offer a bit of food to this family and any nearby. Like it's a small thing. Like it's her last little praying lolly thing. The praying strawberry. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. You head over to the children, and when you pull out that strawberry, they look like they've never seen anything like it in their eyes. It looks like a jewel to them. You can tell. And when you put it in their hands, kind of breaking it in half so that you get half each, they hold it and they say, "Is this food?"
It's not very nutritious food, but it tastes very nice.
And they
yes,
put it in their mouths and immediately they
check with the parents.
What are you going to say?
Like Blue would want to be like, can I, with the parents, like.
The parents look between you and Cass and Saraza and then just give you a nod. And they
she'd probably kneel on the ground.
Kids gobble it down. Their faces scrunch up. So sweet. So yummy. And you realise you've set them on a lifelong love of sugar that they might not be able to afford or sustain.
I think, yeah. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, so Blue's happy to keep the kids entertained while if Cass wants to move to Slea and
Yeah, I think Cass would say to them, thank you for all the information. If you can think of anything else, we would be really appreciative. But if you could just wait for a minute, I just need to go ask something. I'll be right back.
So whilst you guys are having this interaction, we'll head over to Slea and Ulster. So Slea and Ulster, the two of you are...
Time to get your magic on.
Lily? You need to come back. Let's get it for another. Oh. So, Slea and Ulster, you two pass through the shades and you look at kind of the area where the city used to be. Or anything else, can you make me both a perception check, please?
23.
23 and Slea?
That's a natural 20. Slea's gonna see things. For 25.
Also, can you just tell me visions of the past? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Do you want me to paste the area reading specific stuff to the chat?
Yeah, send it to you privately and I'll have a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
I only have access to Discord currently, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I will open Discord on my iPad. Okay, so looking around with those rolls, you can tell that... Thank you.
No problem.
Cool. You can tell that the area underneath your feet has been disturbed recently by just nature of the fact that the grass here is patchy. Not as patchy as you'd expect, considering a whole city used to be here. But the further in you go, the more sort of turned earth you see. In the time that it takes for the others to have this interaction and for you guys to actually cast your spell, you could probably get in about, you could walk into the center of the city about 5 minutes or so. And in case any of you were wondering, Ulster, I know this was one of your theories. As you walk through, feeling the sort of air around you, feeling that magic, you can tell the city it's genuinely gone. This is not an illusion. At least not one that's easily discerned if it is. And you don't know of many illusory spells which would be able to completely allow you to walk through things.
Yeah.
So, With a natural 20, Sleer, you stop Ulster short, and you notice that there are fragments of things on the ground. There are, every now and again, you see just stuff that's been maybe not left behind, but forgotten by whatever magic was cast here. Little sort of corners of a building that are still left behind. Full window panes that have fallen and smashed. Cloaks, shoes, empty, luckily. And with these items kind of all around you, you get an idea that whatever magic was used to take Eldralyth away was sudden and a little unpolished.
I've already started doing the commune with nature.
Okay, can you explain to me what you're looking for and what effects you want to be told about?
Hold on. I brought the page up.
Thank you.
So, commune with nature. I become one with nature.
Knowledge. So Ulster sits down and he just turns into like a little green man.
Knowledge of above land within 3 miles. Underground goes to 300 feet. I gain intimate knowledge of terrain, bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or people, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead, influence from other planes of existence, buildings. I'm going to pick terrain and bodies of water, influence from other planes of existence, and buildings.
Okay. Starting with the terrain. Sitting down, you're confirming everything you know so far already about above ground, what you can see with your eyes. It is as you expected. Eldralyth is gone.
Yep.
The city is not here. Everything within the boundaries of the city is disappeared. Beneath ground, you can tell there is a very similar fragmentation to above ground. There are elements of the original city that remain. A few bricks and sort of tunnels of the sewer system, but they don't lead anywhere and they're just hollowed out now, holes in the ground. You feel foundations of certain buildings and structures, but again, sparse, left behind. Something that you're looking for, which you cannot find and you cannot get any sort of reading on at all, is Elijah's letter. You know it went below ground and it is no longer here. It has disappeared. Everything below ground has disappeared along with the city.
Okay.
Bodies of water, nothing's really been disturbed. Nothing is being sort of brought in here. So that was terrain and bodies of water. But the other two again, sorry?
Influence from other planes.
Just those two?
Hold on.
Buildings, influence from other planes, and terrain and water or something.
Yeah. Buildings, I think, is tied up again in the terrain as well.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say with the influences from other planes. You have been able to feel in the past those sort of like bubbles between the planes, those pockets, which magicians and sorcerers are able to access. And you do feel a few of those just kind of in your general vicinity. You can feel the link that Lavran has, for example, to the demi-plane that he keeps, your family in, the mansion. You can feel the same thing, just sort of like the essence of it, the lingering magic of Sorelleras's mansion even, and the locket.
Mm-hmm.
But the most prevalent magic that you feel here, the most prevalent influence, is that of the Shadowfell, actually.
Ulster pops out of his spell. I have a feeling he's put Eldralyth in the Shadowfell or in a demi-plane somewhere.
The Shadow... no, Blue would not hear this.
Well, Cass was heading over there. Bluey, if you wanted to, you could join her. Or you could wait until Ulster and Sleer report back to you. Yeah, that's fine. So, as you say that, Ulster, Sleer, during this time you've been meditating?
Yes, she would have started meditating right about the time when Ulster started as well. Since she will be going for twice the length of time for this meditation. She can.
Okay, so when all pops out of this, you won't actually be
she won't.
back to.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So, Ulster, you say that, and you look at Sleer, and Sleer is just like looking around, and you see flickering like movement in her eyes, reflecting images that you cannot see yourself. And she is almost being like drawn to sort of move through the area, but she's, kind of for now staying in the same space or in your vicinity, sort of only making sort of slow movements. You approach Loran, who's just beside you, and say what you say.
Before I say that, could I pop a quick, just to confirm my theory, could I pop a quick scry on Elijah?
You may, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do that. So I think he has disadvantage or something. Hold on. Scry, D&D. Can see it. Okay. First hand. All right. I need the arm from Cass to do this.
Lily, can you roll me an intelligence check, please?
Yeah.
For Ulster.
That would be 17. 19.
Okay. You would know before casting the spell that if the target is on a different plane of existence to you.
Yeah, I want to confirm that he is.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
That's why I'm doing it.
That's fine. So
it doesn't work. So
sure. I'm just you want to confirm that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of have that thought cross your mind, and Loran says, "What is happening?" I think. Well, it looks like you've got an idea.
He's taken it to another plane. Probably the Shadowfell.
Wonderful. I assume we won't be popping a visit into our old selves?
Probably not.
That's a shame.
But it means we'll need to find a way to get there. Follow him.
So you head over to Cass, sort of leaving Sleer. You're not going too far away. You're still very much within view of her. A comfortable distance away, you head to where Cass and Bluey are. Bluey, kind of, you're looking after the kids still, and like they're recounting you tales of living in the shades, and their parents sort of like see you two approaching, and then you can see they're getting a little bit uncomfortable with the amount of people, and they just say to the two of you, and Sarah's obviously, thank you for your the snacks. We really ought to be going now.
Okay, goodbye.
If you could maybe wait just a little bit longer. Cass looks over to Wesley, is still clearly casting. She's not sure, and she doesn't want to say anything about healing them in case that's not going to happen, because she doesn't want to, but she'd like to at least ask Leah.
They look hesitant, but the old woman says, "Give me a moment to rest my knees." Which they do take, but they separate from your group a little bit.
Blue would give them a bit of space and watch out for kind of Sleer once she's done.
We need to go to the Shadowfell.
That's where the mists were trying to take us.
Were you going to scry?
Yeah, it didn't work though, did it?
You haven't scried yet.
I did, I told you I did.
I thought you had to get something from Cass.
No, if he's just going to try, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were getting something from Cass. That's
didn't you need the arm? Or
I don't think it's going to work. I don't think he thinks it's going to work though, so he's just going to do it.
Okay.
Cool. So you would have seen Ulster sort of start the scrying ritual and then shake his head and kind of pull it back, and then he heads over with Loran, leaving Sleer aside, and you guys kind of reconvene. And Zaraza just says, "So you're saying that Elijah has transferred everyone from Eldralyth, the whole city, to the Shadowfell?"
Yes.
That goes with what I learned from these people. The lights that you saw when you scried on Elijah, they have been happening here, but in much bigger capacity. And the day it disappeared, they were blinding, and then they were gone.
then we need to... Bluey, can you call your friends, the mists, the floaty, misty thingy? Would you... Yeah.
I can try. Lou does not know how to call out to them. She might just kind of stumble around slowly for mist.
Before we go, we need to wait until Slee is done before calling the mist. We know that the mist can be quite impatient.
Yes.
Right. Actually, I have a question for Emma. So now that we know that, or we're pretty sure that Eldralyth has been transported to the Shadowfell, the sickness, we know that if you're stuck in the Shadowfell, you can become a little bit unwell, can't you? Or is it? Could the sickness originate from? Obviously, the sickness started before Eldralyth was transported, but was there maybe he was practicing transporting people to the Shadowfell before doing such a big thing with Eldralyth, and could the sickness originate from mixing of the Shadowfell and Eldralyth type thing?
Sure, that's a very interesting theory. How are you going to talk to this to anyone, or are you going to sort of ask maybe? You know that Cruel and Brand are probably really, really good people to ask about this.
Yeah, I think Cass will probably go and speak to them about it because she's not quite sure. Because she's not sure it's quite working, but the idea of maybe some people being transported there, or the shadow, a domain of Eldralyth, and that being interfered with, would that have impacted it?
Yeah. So
she's Eldralyth's been the site of a lot of things, so I'm sure it has a domain.
Girl has to offer everything he knows. Yeah. So. Oh my God. As you go over, pulling Loran and Cruel aside. Anyone who wants to listen to this, you can as well.
I come over.
You can. You do. You ask them this, and they look a bit uncomfortable at each other, and then
Is Cruel still a stoat?
Yes. They look a bit uncomfortable.
Oh, it's fine. I can speak with animals right now. It's all good. I can chat with Cruel.
Loran looks down at the stoat and is just like, look, okay, we can't really pass our theories through one another. So talk to him, and then talk to me, and then make your own assumptions from that. How about that?
Also pokes the stoat.
Don't touch that, also. Go wash your hands.
So fuzzy.
No, I'll be a stoat for you. Don't touch him.
Also takes 2 steps away.
Good. Yes, very good. So, Cass, you ask that question to Cruel as a stoat, and he says, so you're not even going to change me back before you mine me for information?
It starts squeaking. Nope. Also's having such a good time.
You're much more palatable in this form, so I'm gonna.
It's so cute.
The stoat rolls its eyes. Yep, I know that Slayer's doing the visions of the past. I'm going to get to that kind of at the end before we leave, when you're kind of ready to rejoin the group. You listen to Cruel, and Cruel says, look, I only know a few things about the Shadowfell, if I'm honest. It's not really my area of expertise. I know that the longer you spend there, the more you change. If you spend decades there, then, I mean, a depressive state can fall over you. You can succumb to apathy, and time sort of slows down to nothing. And also painful things, devastating things, even if they only take a moment, because there's no passage of time, really. It can feel as though they take weeks or months to pass. So it's not a great place to be, if you ask me.
And what about sickness?
Sickness?
Yeah.
A lot of spells don't work in the Shadowfell. Any spells linked with the ethereal plane. Illusion magic is kind of a bit more potent. they're like so real that it's impossible to, actually identify whether something's real or not. Light magic is no. Gods cannot be contacted, so healing is harder. Spells which control the weather, just about useless. Necromancy is stronger, fire less potent. It's all about energy. There is negative energy in the plane. It just swells in the place, right?
Yeah.
So if this sickness that's over the Apraeans comes from necromancy, then yes, it would make sense that it would be far more potent if it had originated from the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cass isn't quite sure she fully knows exactly what, but she reckons it originates from Shadowfell, maybe something to do with the Eldralyth's version, shadow version of itself and its domain. And she's like, I'm thinking along these lines, but I've not necessarily got all the answers to it just yet. And she's like, cool. And I've confirmed it.
Emma?
Yeah.
Can I pick the stoat up?
Yeah.
Yes. Ulster picks the stoat up as it's talking. He's like, oh my god.
Unhand me, child.
He puts it in his hand.
Cass looks a bit disgusted when you pick it up.
It's so fuzzy.
Can't hurt me.
He reminds the stoat.
You feel a slight warmth.
I shake it off. Ulster's not bothered by that.
He's starts peeing on you.
It's like, Carol, it's really gross that you wet yourself. You know I deal with animals all the time, so that's more embarrassing for you than me.
Gerald is in the corner just like, for fuck's sake.
Also just tips some water skin on his hand, shakes it off, picks Carol back up.
He's not going to poop on you.
Oh, really? Because I'd like to see it, Carol.
Loran in the corner looks at you for a moment also and then turns to Cass and just says, so anyway, my theories, which are I'm sure much better.
He starts stretching it.
Okay. Just like llama.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cass, I think Cass is literally like this, ill, and turns to Loran and is like, yeah.
It's really
let's go to
fuzzy.
your theory.
Gives it a little shake.
So, Cass, Loran looks at you and he just says, well.
Gerald, you should keep him like this forever.
Gerald says no. Loran says, whatever he said, I'm not 100% sure I can corroborate it, because I don't speak Stoat, but I can speak to you and tell you my theories. Elijah was already dealing with experimentation and magic. I assume if necromancy was what he was going for, if he had some kind of interaction with the Shadowfell, that would make his spells far more potent. It would make his experiments more likely to succeed if they're based on necromantic magic. So, I would hazard a guess that he interacted with the Shadowfell with that in mind.
What if in interacting with it, he was trying to make his spells more powerful because of the necromantic increase in the Shadowfell, but in doing so, instead of just taking Eldralyth to Shadowfell, what if he brought the Shadowfell here?
Eldralyth, yeah. That makes sense. Slee would also need to confirm this for me, but doesn't the Tome of Absolution involve itself with opening gateways between realms? If he was using that to pull magic from the Shadowfell out, he might have also found a way to pull Eldralyth in.
So how do we get to Eldralyth?
Gerald could also confirm that, since Gerald knows about the tome.
Gerald would kind of, I think at that point, nod and just say, the Tome of Absolution is solely attuned to Lolth's realm. It's about bringing Lolth into this world.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Elijah found a way to connect it to a different deity, unless there's something in the Shadowfell that could lead him to the deity he was looking for, or the being he wanted to bring through.
Which is Tiamat.
How does Tiamat have any connection or closeness to the Shadowfell?
No,
there's dragons. There are dragons though in the Shadowfell.
Yeah, the Shadow Dragon.
Where? Louis, you would know that there was a Shadow Dragon from Melas, potentially. that would be stuck there.
Is he collecting dragons?
Or trying to ask that dragon where Tiamat is to be able to bring her forward.
Well, we better get
They
there.
would have joined in the huddle now.
Yeah. Bluey, if you put that information forward about the Shadow Dragon, then Gerald would say, I don't know much about traveling through the plains, but if the Shadow Dragon came from Melas, doesn't that mean that there could be a way to Melas from the Shadowfell?
I thought we already knew that was the case.
Yeah, there's like a tower or something.
I'm not fully clued in with all of your stuff. Guys, I've mostly been in mourning and living with my son for the last...
Well, you're not in mourning anymore. Also dangles the stone.
Okay, enough sass.
I mean, the mists take you... the mist can kind of take you anywhere. So they can
We need to
certainly
wait
take...
for Celia, and we'll see if we can get to Shadowfell.
Also checks his non-existent watch. Celia!
I think Cass is going to look to Bluey, though, and just take her aside a little bit and be like, are you okay? I know that when we were in the Shadowfell last time, it was a bit heavy for you.
I mean, with the benefit of knowing that my memory got meddled with, I mean, so did yours, but, you know, when we were filled in on what happened, I don't know, I feel like sometimes I'm a bit jumpy, but the mists want to help us, you know. Yeah. Blue would kind of turn back to everyone and be like, didn't one of you have a theory that, you know, Feyways is easier to get to via Melas or via the tears there?
Luran puts his hand up.
Luran.
This was me. My assumption, from everything we've gathered, is that something happened in Melas, in the place where that Mr. Dragon Man was. And that created a whole chain of events which led to Melas becoming a terrifying culty place. I don't really understand religion. I'm not very religious myself, so I'm not going to get into that side of it. However, if, like we confirmed, there is a shadow dragon in the Shadowfell, who is this dragon from Melas, I would assume that when we go to Melas, we would find cares, like the name says, throughout which would be able to lead us to various places. It could lead us to the Shadowfell, I guess, if we go through the same one that this guy went through. It could lead us to anywhere, really. And as far as I'm aware, that seismic event has been setting off rifts to open throughout the material plane for months, years now. I mean, we even found one in Kalkan the other day, remember? That was a few months ago now, but still.
Okay, so if we get to Elijah's lab, deal with that, then we could potentially go straight to Melas and or Feyways.
Well, if we get to Elijah's lab and he's figured out the same thing that we have, he might even be on his way there now. He might have opened a rift.
Cool, I'm going to go check on Sleer. Blue, start chatting with the mist, just see if it can pick us up anytime soon. I'll be right back. And he hurries over to Sleer.
Cass will follow as well.
Okay. Luran is going to stay with you, Bluey, this time to help you try and pull down the mists. He is seeing his magic sort of knowledge. Gerald is there for moral support.
I would like to add that Ulster spent most of that time. He ripped a little bit of his shirt and he's made a little dress for Stoke Rule using thistles. He's just popped it on him.
You weave it out of some flowers like a daisy chain.
He's like, here you go. He's still holding him like a doll.
Oh my god.
I'll give it back later.
Back. Yeah, thank you.
When he turns back, I don't want him anymore.
Okay. Slia. Excuse me for a moment.
I'm just going to make a cup of tea. Would you like one?
I'd love one.
Me
I love
too.
one too. Have you got a jug large enough for 4 to 5 cups?
It's like one of those fishbowl cocktails with straws in it.
I was up in London on Sunday night for the Mamma Mia experience, and
I did that in Sweden. It was so good.
I bet Sweden was super fun. I found a good bubble tea place very close to Waterloo Station.
Oh, really? What's it called?
Frozen River.
Frozen River. Okay. I will remember
Good to know, because if you're ever just sort of like in Waterloo, it's only like a 5-minute walk out of the station.
Amazing.
So,
I want to go already. What was I going to say? Also, you have to tell us about those dates in May, because there's a bubble tea place here now, and you have to get bubble tea.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I do need to. Thank you for reminding me. It's been a very hectic week.
Don't worry. The dates are in our right.
Yeah.
Slia, I know you probably can't hear this, but I have done a music change to suit the ambiance. So, hi Lala. You come here to listen to Slia? Oh no, you want some music. So, Slia, you begin your visions of the past. I want you to tell me first of all what the casting of this looks like.
I feel like she probably has to be seated for it, but if not, like, her kind of like standing and moving through essentially the space to see what's happened over the past 20 days.
Yeah. So, first of all, are you seating yourself just anywhere here, or are you trying to kind of guess a location just from where you've been sitting?
She's trying to guess probably a location where she'd be able to pick up actual activity.
Okay, so you could put yourself in the main thoroughfare where you assume. You can judge that based on the debris you find around you.
Yeah.
So, as you take a seat here, I'm just going to pull up your messaging. You meditate, you see visions of recent events in your immediate vicinity. Going back a number of days equal to your wisdom score. For each minute you meditate, you learn about one significant event beginning with the most recent. Significant events typically involve powerful emotions, battles, betrayals, marriages, murders, births, funerals, meals, and events. Okay, so 20 days.
And she may or may not stop before she gets to 20, but if she feels like she can learn relevant information for the group, then she'll just stay for the full time.
Sure. You sit down, starting here, you close your eyes, picturing yourself being in the main thoroughfare. And just, even though your eyes are closed, you can see a flash as the depth and saturation of the lights around you change. And you hear just the slight pickup of activity around you as people now fill the streets, as Eldralyth is as it was. You open your eyes and you can't help but stand up as you hear the trundling of a cart behind you, and you feel it's so real, you feel it's going to run you over, and you move out of the way. And looking around, you see the walled surroundings of Eldralyth's Watch. You see buildings intact. You see places you've been to before. You see the Crystal Star Tavern where you stayed, even in the periphery of your vision, just kind of before this sort of whole illusion of the world cuts off. The city is not quite, however, as you remember. After a few moments of scrutiny, what is that? Oh, it's Hogwarts Bands!
Yeah.
Ah, The jealousy on mine and Anna's face right now, and I'm assuming probably Aylin's, but I
Yes,
can't
very
see
much.
it, so.
I was going to ask if we could see them.
It's a blueberry one.
Ooh.
A blueberry one.
Yeah, very good. So,
Wow. Didn't know I could do that.
Also, I love just how well you know Slee at this point that she would get up and start like reacting to things she's seeing.
She's like, oh no.
But like her eyes would go completely like white.
yeah. You can tell after a moment of relief, thinking Eldralyth is okay, thinking this is real. You remember what you're doing, and you start to see the signs that something is definitely wrong. The people moving the thoroughfare are moving quicker and faster away from the palace. The light, the bright sort of sky overhead is shimmering with a whole host of colours which just aren't natural. The ground is shaking and people are scared and they're running. When you look at them, you try and capture their expressions as they pass you. You notice something you noticed in that old woman before, that they are skinnier, their eyes are whiter, almost creamy in their colouring, blood vessels bursting. And they move, and you can see behind them their shadows are darker than they should be. And they cling to their feet and they make it hard, like they're walking through treacle. As you look back, you go back a few days, maybe 4, a painful number for you, Slia, because it was 4 days you had to rest in the Maasai. And above you, there is a wave of light, like the northern lights, like a supernova, almost. Red, green, and gold. And as that wave passes through the sky changes and it is now black and grey. The sky of somewhere else completely. And the shadows that were sticking to people's feet, anyone who didn't make it out of the city, they are holding them in place as much as their fear is holding them still. You are innately magic, and this spell does tell you significant things that happened. And you know that this was Elijah's doing, that this was a citywide teleportation which used magic drawn from something incredibly powerful. You have to believe it's the tome to take Eldralyth to the Shadowfell. Are you going further back?
Goes further back.
Okay. In the days before, you see more of that sickness. It progresses, and you can sort of tell as the days pass here, as you spend these minutes in this sort of meditative state. The sickness progresses to a state of decay and death within about 2 weeks. Maybe 3 at a push. But you can't see that far. Just judging from the increase of kind of symptoms that you're seeing in the people around you. Not everybody is affected. The strongest of the population, young men and women in their late teens to 40s, 50s, are all surviving and clinging to life better than the youngest and the oldest of society, and those who are already inherently ill or otherwise afflicted with curses or whatever. You see a few faces you recognize. Going back to the time just before the King's Trials began, before you guys went into the ice, you see the return of a few people, of nobles. You see Shrekamus Vitessian walking in splendid armour, not looking afflicted himself, he doesn't live in Eldralyth, towards the city, towards the palace, with his sword at his side, heading quite firmly, determined is the word I'm looking for actually, towards the palace gates. Another person you see arrive, actually who I should have mentioned beforehand, just before, maybe the day before the city disappeared, is a person wearing a long, kind of fluffy, dark coat, which is just very ill-fitting. Scraggly black hair, which is just sort of loosely knotted around their shoulders. Their arms are mostly covered, but they're holding their cloak close.
His Sobek.
Their hands are tattooed, and their face is partially covered, sort of trying to hide their identity. And he is accompanied by two others who are similarly dressed, though a little cleaner and obviously in their own way.
Okay.
You recognise this as Sobek. And this does not surprise you. Sobek is one who involves himself in strange magical doings in a prayer specifically. You get the impression that actually it would have been abnormal if he hadn't arrived here.
Do we know if those runes that we have from Sobek, do we know if they can communicate across planes?
If you've tried it,
still go to Sobek.
But they are no longer connected to Sobek.
Okay. That's correct. They're connected to Zandrakliana.
Yes. If you wanted to check and see if she'd sent Sobek somewhere, you could try and reach her.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything I'm missing. Because these show your immediate vicinity, I don't really know if I can show you more. I'm just trying to scroll through my notes and make sure I'm not missing something. I'm actually going to give you, I'm going to give you the information that an Arcana check would have given you if you'd gone to investigate a certain thing. Because I think that I want to give you something more, considering this is such a high level ability.
And you know that Slea would do something like that with her. She would try to learn more information via an Arcana check. Do you want me to roll that anyway?
I'd love to, I would love that, thank you.
That is going to be a 24.
Okay. Oh, that's so pretty! Okay. So, with a 24, sorry, Lily got a dress and it's arrived, and now I'm excited to see.
Yay!
With a 24, I think from your knowledge of magic, of knowing and talking with him, you would know the basics of the job of the chief arcanist of Eldralyth, which include protecting the city, upkeeping any protective runes that are placed around the city walls, investigating any strange magical items or magical happenings which take place within the city limits as well, and making sure that the royal family are taught in whatever magical way is best suited to them, and ensuring that if you cannot teach it yourself, that you teach them or find a tutor for them who would be suitable. Those are kind of the main jobs. The one which comes to mind at this point is that of runes. And as you're going to say you can kind of move somewhat through the city, and where you are, you would probably be able to see a portion of the walls. In the moments before Eldralyth disappeared to the Shadowfell, you would have seen a rune on one of those walls light up. And it is not a protective rune that you see, it is a teleportation rune. The Arcanist is in charge of maintaining runes inscribed on the city walls, runes which are designed to indicate a sealing protective barrier. But these runes would only require a little tampering to turn into those of teleportation. especially if the chief arcanist was in charge of anything that might happen or go on. So you get the impression that he's been planning this for a while.
Yep.
Oh my god! Show everyone immediately. You look beautiful.
This is my new dress.
Oh,
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 you like it?
wow! Turn around.
that looks
that
lovely.
does. It looks amazing.
That's really pretty.
So beautiful.
I like
Feel good in
it.
it?
Yeah.
It's a really, really flattering cut as well. Wow.
Yeah, that fits you well. Oh my god.
That's my new spring dress.
Haha. It's so well. It fits you so well here.
Yeah, it's nice.
My bad.
That's
so
for you.
Oh yeah. Oh, the colour is a little bit more creamy, but I like it. It shows up really nicely. Yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that there is. I wrote Gerald when I meant to write Elijah at one point. That there is what's happened. Over the last few days, Elijah has been making preparations to do something big with the tome, with this magic of transference. And Eldralyth was his experimentation ground. The people of Eldralyth clearly were used as experiments for whatever transference magic you wanted, whether that's tampering with life and death, like you've seen in Picotaro, whether that's soul transference, like you've seen with Osha. You don't know the limits of those experiments. Eldralyth, the city, was a test of movement, moving Earth from one place to another, moving between the planes. And that is the information that you get. Whether Shadowfell was his primary target the whole time, it's hard to say. Whether he came into the information that Shadowfell might be a good place to be from Gerald when he was hanging out with him, something else. Something that does come into your mind, Sia, is Sobek's arrival in Eldralyth, knowing that he probably doesn't have as much information as you guys, is pertinent because Sobek spent a few days with Gerald and Elijah exclusively when he was commanded by Gerald to follow him out of the Temple of Abundance. You don't know what happened during that time, but his arrival here now probably isn't an accident.
And his arrival would have been about how long before Slea's death, which would have been the catalyst for
One day.
teleportation? He
He would
arrived
have arrived
one day. Okay.
one day before. You even feel like you might have been the last person to enter the city.
On a side note, would Slea have seen Sinestre entering the city under any of like her known guises?
I'm going to say yes, if you know what that would look like. You would have seen her walking through the city, probably wearing the face of Kira, one that she likes to wear, and just walking straight up towards the castle.
About how long before?
This probably would have been closer to a week
Closer to
before.
that 20-minute or 20-day mark.
Yeah, much closer. If you say you don't have to go about the full 20 days, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But you see her, you go back to as far as she arrives, I think, probably. And that's much closer to 20 minutes than to the transference. Another thing which is probably important is over these 4 days where Eldralyth has been in the Shadowfell, you can see the Shadowfell has had a great influence on it. And you get the impression there's going to be some obstacles just going through the city.
Okay.
I'm so happy with that dress.
You're looking for more already?
No, I'm just looking at the website.
It's a good website.
They've got a pink one.
Oh, wow. Okay. Slea, you come out of your meditative state. And you see everybody is gathered over by the slums and is looking at you, waiting.
Also, is right by your face with a stoat.
Also is right by your face with the stoat.
Hello.
This is Karul. I made him a dress.
Cass is by Ulster's side, looking concerned, but Cass?
I think we just sort of relay all the information that we've sort of gathered. So
Sleia confirms certain things that she has just confirmed and relays everything that she just learned to the rest of the group as well.
cool. We're going to call the Miss, or Bluey is, and we're going to try and hopefully it takes us somewhere. Quick question. I did an insight check on the Mists before.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. I mean, to be fair, even if it is could the Mist be controlled by someone, or are they like a phenomena that exists outside of that?
The mists are a phenomena that exists outside of more mundane control.
Okay.
They cannot be commanded by a mortal like ourselves, like like you guys in the party, even Elijah. The closest that you can come to kind of controlling the mists is having an object from the Shadowfell, which you use to kind of create a channel to the Shadowfell, and kind of asking the mists to let you in.
Cool.
We have Bluey.
Bluey has something.
The lapis.
Yes,
Bluey.
I have the lapis.
Speed dial the lapis. Do it.
Whilst Bluey speed dialing the lapis, I think Cass will ask Leah. The group of people are quite sick from what Elijah's been doing. I'm not going to ask you to heal them because we are entering quite a dangerous area, and you probably need all the magic you have. But
You know that if you ask me, I would do it. Do not ask me.
I won't. And Cass was like, I just wanted to double check, and she was like, cool, I'll be right back. She nips over.
Because if you ask me, I won't just heal them. I will heal the rest of the ones in this area.
Can I add a suggestion? If we don't have the time or the spells to heal right now, if we deal with Elijah, hopefully the symptoms will be alleviated anyway. We don't have much time, but Elijah must be the one who's channeling this energy into a prayer. If we take him down, we won't just save that family, we'll save everyone here.
Thrall says from the corner, this is what he wanted, I think.
To delay us, I think.
Yes, but he wanted to make you choose. I just want you to know that killing Elijah or destroying his magic might not cure these people. I don't necessarily know if it works that way.
The damage might have already been done.
This isn't an Avengers style level of threat.
Can I do a nature check on the disease?
Yep.
Can I assist?
Yeah. Oh, I got an 18 already. Okay, well, 18 plus. No, not dresses. I'm not shopping right now. Or Steph puts away his online shopping. Hold on, medicine. That's 23.
Okay.
So is there anything I can do to alleviate the symptoms, or does it look like it's anything I can learn on a nature level?
I see. Looking at them, they look like they need food, they need water, and they need rest. You get the impression that the stronger their bodies are, the longer they can sustain, but it probably is going to be fatal if you don't cure it.
Right.
Whether you choose to share that information is up to you.
No, they're probably the worst affected, being most central to Eldralyth. So I'm going to try and grow some food. Sleia, it's up to you if you want to heal them. If I can cultivate some seeds, maybe that can help. He kind of shuffles off.
You're so Shelley-Ann right now.
Yeah, he shuffles off.
Oh my god. Get the water.
Yeah.
Just pour it out. They're already leaving. Sorry. This is a really niche reference.
Also starts trying to grow some small shoots of food to help.
I think that, not to parody MXT, but the family see you doing this, and the father looks at you and just says, "Why are you doing this?"
Because you need food. Oh, he takes off his ration pack, hands it over. Take that to begin with. And I'm going to try and grow some things. Basically, I'm going to try and give you the bare minimum. If you keep the seeds and wherever you settle, you can plant them, they might come back. Just a little tip. Don't overwater them. He's squatted over the earth.
If you can do this here, surely could you come with us to the Green Sea, the opening? There are so many people there who need this.
We will come back. We need to stop the person who did this, to stop him from spreading it. If we do that, then when we come back, we'll have a better chance of helping.
Are there any other people here left behind?
I didn't necessarily want to be the person to sort of show this to you, but okay, come on. And he leads you sort of around to the backside of the tents, where you see some freshly turned earth. Nothing really marked there. And at first, also, you think that it could be a vegetable patch.
No, I know it's dead bodies.
Yeah, that's graves.
Yeah.
I didn't want to show this to you. That's graves.
He just says, some of these people weren't actually even that sick. They were just really hungry.
Also, is growing potatoes, just so you know.
Yes.
So just
The old reliable.
Mm-hmm.
look, for the young ones, a day makes a difference. I know it's not entirely on you, but if you have this magic, can you come with us to plant something near the people who need it most?
I can do what I can here, but we need to leave. I'm really sorry. Also, it looks like he's trying not to give in to his more like emotional, individual side. He's like, if we don't go after Elijah now, it's going to be too late. He pulls out a potato and he kind of brushes it off. I have one. Give me 10 minutes and I can get you a sack. Wait for
Stay
the...
an hour, we can take 10.
I will stay 20 minutes. Hey, looks like he's working real hard.
Okay. So, what spell are you using?
He's just druid crafting them. So he's just trying to make potatoes, small seedlings, and he's trying to keep them in a fairly like rudimentary, ugly state. So he's not spending a lot of time perfecting them. He's just getting them out of the earth when he can. And as he's doing that, if he's got 20 minutes, he might try and start some saplings that aren't going to fully grow.
Loran looks at you and just kind of sighs and taps your shoulder, and you can feel him casting haste.
Yeah, he'll go.
As he speeds up your crafting process.
That's you.
I see. Okay.
With that in mind, in 20 minutes, I'm going to actually say, roll me a D4.
D4.
And add your spellcasting modifier.
I think also cast. Oh, sorry.
So rather than 2, you make 8 sacks. With Loran's help. Cast.
And I will cast plant growth as well. Which is a new spell since switching over to Fae. It's so obviously it will make difficult terrain. That's not what I'm looking for. If you cast, oh wait, no, Don't worry, that requires a lot of time.
Oh,
Ignore
no,
me. I do
no,
not.
you can
cast
do it as an instant or as a longer spell. So doing the
Okay.
instantaneous will do a massive amount of potatoes because potato bombs
Yes.
are fun.
Also,
Okay,
Kat,
then I will-
if you want to as well, you could also druidcraft, depending.
Yeah.
Whether you want to
Okay.
do this or not.
With Druidcraft, how much would I produce?
So you would be able to produce, in the same amount of time it takes also hasted to do 8, you could probably do half that. So,
Nah, I'm gonna. Cass feels terrible. She's gonna use a spell slot and do plant growth, and they're gonna have like a gajillion.
Yeah, like 100 square feet of potatoes.
okay. So also you pack up. I think knowing that Cass is doing a bunch of potatoes, you could also do a slightly wider range to add some nutrition to the diet.
If Ulster sees that Cass is going for the bulk, he will focus more on the seedlings and making sure they're
basically Cass's spell is
also quite good
because
finesse.
you produced. It's only because you produce the plants, because there's no plants in this area.
Then
So
he will make
my
the seedlings,
spell-
and then
My spell works on your spell, so I basically bulk up what you're doing. That's how
Okay.
I think it works.
Perfect. Okay, so Ulster sets out some seedlings using his magic, and Cass, you go over and you make them sort of just bloom into a range of vegetables, whatever Ulster has planted down. And
they're enriched and will yield twice the normal amount of food.
Oh shit, that's great, guys. You make some turnips, you make some carrots.
Take that, Elijah.
You know those like pictures of those like monster daikons and those like monster potatoes? Yeah. That's what you guys are making. And as this Bluey?
I was thinking because I think you need to cook potatoes to eat them. Bluey might try and gather like firewood. She might activate. Oh no. She'll try and sort of like gather some firewood. If there's already a pile that someone has, then like helping gather some.
Yeah, let me also suggest you, they look like they're using scraps for firewood, but they all look like they're very, very weak. So pulling these vegetables might be very difficult for them. So Sarah's might suggest, well, if we're here, do you want to dig some up with me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you can gather firewood and kind of create a pack and load it onto one of their vans. And as you're doing this, more and more people are kind of starting to gather from the other tents until there's about 50 or so of them just watching you guys like speed run this like Farmville side quest. Stardew Valley.
Like everybody from the tents is gathered?
You get the impression this is the majority of them, yeah.
Slaya just looks to the rest of the group like...
Slaya, it's okay if you don't.
I mean, I don't...
I won't be coming back here. And if this doesn't...
Slaya, we don't have time. Elijah could open the rifts by the time. He's purposely done this. I think Jarala's right.
Stoke Rule squeaks as if in agreement.
Ulster pats his head.
Loran would also say, Slaya, it's time to turn your moral compass off. Put it away.
I'm gonna go find us a crossing.
Bluey, maybe
bring out that lapis now.
Damn, Bluey's gonna make the case of
oh my
Slaya
god.
did absolutely say, I will not be coming back here.
Loran chooses to ignore that fact.
Yep.
If you choose to stay behind, I'm going. I'm not.
No, I don't think Slaya's saying she wants to stay behind.
No, Bluey. He's looking at Bluey now.
Bluey. Oh, right. Out of
I can't
interest,
allow
how long
Elijah
does
to
your
do this.
spell last, Slaya, for the healing?
Wait, say
how
again?
long does it take to cast? Or
yeah, for the healing spell.
It's instantaneous. She can do it on all the people here who are left. That's why she asked how many people are here. Like, is this everyone left in the area? But it's instantaneous. She could just cast mass heal and heal all of these people. It's just that's her 9th level spell slot, and she can't recover it in the Shadowfell.
Yeah. So in case anybody forgot, I'm going to really quickly, just because this is important, you guys would know this, and it's important information about the Shadowfell. So certain magical limitations exist here. So spells which control the weather are pretty much not going to work. Necromancy spells are stronger here. That is a blessing and a curse, obviously. Gods cannot be contacted in the Shadowfell, and thus cleric and paladin spell slots cannot be recovered after a long rest.
Okay.
And if you cast, people reincarnated in the Shadowfell are trapped in the Shadowfell. So if anyone dies, you have to get out.
Yeah.
Is essentially if you want to bring them back.
Okay.
You would know that information. You guys have been there before. You've experienced this. But
Okay. In that case, knowing that, I think Cass will look sort of sad and a little unhappy, but not directed at Slia, just at the situation. She's
and I just done this on purpose.
Yeah, I think we've done all we can.
Sent them
I think
into the Shadowfell the day.
Loran says, the day you died.
Yeah. And Sobek was the last one in. So
Draw has a
we need
physical
to go.
reaction.
We need to get there now.
any information
Leah,
that could be useful about Sobek being with him? She's directing that at Gerald.
Sobek has access to magic that Elijah is definitely interested in.
Okay.
Like what?
Forgive me if you've heard this term before, but it's been a while. Beacons of Resurgence.
The dragon orb.
Yep.
Cass looks at her own bag and is like, oh.
Bluey, you need to get the miss here now.
Sarah looks at you, Bluey, and says, Bluey, I know this is hard for you. It's hard to leave these people behind, especially knowing that some of them might be headed to Millas. But we need you to come with us. We can't lose.
I will call them as soon as I say what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about the fact that if all these people were healed right now, then they'd be better able to take all the food that was just made and go to everyone else who's evacuated and try to keep them as healthy as possible and give everyone outside more of a fighting chance. So it gives us more time to figure out how to stop this. If it doesn't mean killing Elijah, if it doesn't mean, what we think it means, then it gives us a bit more time.
It's a little more hope.
Loran says, what you're saying is you need someone or something more able-bodied to help transport all this stuff, right?
And then everyone here can help whoever they come across more easily.
Loran looks at you, Ulster. You have the power to do something like that.
Yeah, I do. Ulster's going to reach into his bag of tricks and he's going to pull out some orbs. So, uno momento.
That was great, by the way. Guys, I love you all so much.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, tearing up.
Yeah, Cass is so unhappy and so conflicted, but she's definitely more on Bluey's side of this debate.
Okay. So, Ulster pulls out a bag and he is going to toss out. Which one is it? Okay. A tiger.
Sick.
A jackal. And a black bear.
Okay. tiger, a jackal, and a black bear. All three of these creatures kind of appear, and there is a moment where everyone is terrified, and then they start sniffing the food, and you think, oh no, they're going to eat it all, but they don't.
They're all carnivores. But they're under my control, so they're not interested in the food.
Bluey, Loran puts his hand on your shoulder also and gives it a squeeze, as if to say, thanks for that. Bluey, look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. When you care, you can throw everything else away. It doesn't matter what happens to yourself or whatever. You just want, that instant satisfaction of knowing they're going to be fine. Let this be enough for now. And remember, it's me saying that.
Also, it's helping put all the food on the backs of the animals that can't carry things. Slia, I won't stop you personally if you want to heal them, but we need to leave in the next 10 minutes. So please make your decisions now. He continues loading the food.
Slia just helps.
Gone.
That's it.
I think
Loran looks a bit relieved at that. Leah's not doing the spell.
I think Cass will go up to the man that she was speaking to the most, who gave her the information.
Yeah.
And she'll hand over a little pouch of 50 gold. And she'll be like, this is all I can give at the minute. Use it wisely. And I'm sorry, we can't do more.
The man looks at it in awe and just says, it's more than I've seen in my life.
Oh, also sees this and he starts going through his pockets.
Shower of gold! Vegetables! Vegetables of gold!
Handing out your gold, yeah.
How many gold does Ulster?
Yeah,
Ulster pulls out.
Shock. He's like, stop this.
Ulster pulls out 1,000 gold and distributes it between the family members. He is just like, nah, just take it. I don't care.
You can give 50 gold to each person.
Yeah.
If you do 1,000, you spread 1,000.
And he's like, that should be enough to buy housing for and food and maybe some horses. And he keeps going through a list.
As your list fades away, Bluey, as Loran kind of steps away from you and Sarazu takes his place and just stands at your side as you kind of help all this. And he just says, you're not happy.
I'm happier.
Ow. Ow.
And Bluey takes out 2 platinum because it's lighter than 20 gold or how much is a platinum piece?
It's lighter, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you convert? You converted like some of your gold to platinum so that you could carry more, right? If I remember.
That's very smart.
Yeah. I feel like you did that.
Yeah. She gives 2 platinum to Brian to distribute, and so she can focus on
Also ties some of the money sacks to the bear.
Yeah.
It's like, good, so they're in there, so when the bear stops, he's explaining to the people, you just cut the bags open, take the gold out, and distribute it evenly. Mm-hmm. Bluey, how are the mists coming along?
Mist, okay, how does Bluey? Could she do, okay, is there some sort of spell that is good for this? Probably not.
You have the
Bluey. Oh yeah, the lapis. Bluey grapples the lapis in a grappling pin. She casts Compel Jewel on the mist. No. Fuck, I don't know.
That's okay. You don't have to put a specific spell on it. You can just tell me what you want to do, and I can tell you how it's going to work.
Okay. Bluey, I think, wants to hold up the lapis and because looking at the light passing through it from the sun. I don't know.
You look at the light passing through just kind of like holding it ahead of you. And you remember going through that shadow crossing before, how all the colours like looked inverted, and there's something about the lapis, just kind of like, even though it's such a dense and opaque stone, it's almost like in the reflection you see, just all the colours are the wrong way around. And then you just kind of hold it up to your eye and see that kind of like golden sort of crescent around it, where you're blocking the sun. And when you pull it back down, the clouds are gathering above you, just a little bit. But you realise the clouds are much closer than they should be, and are in fact a tendril of mist creeping down from the sky.
Also says goodbye to all his animal friends.
They butt your head, and then they're not going to last forever, but you get the impression that they should last a while. Shu sniffs all of their butts.
Don't eat them, Shu. No.
And Bluey, you are standing at the head of your group with the lapis in hand, facing the mists.
Before all the like mist summoning stuff would have happened, could Slia have given like her pouch of gold to Bluey for the people of Melas?
Oh.
Assuming that we're going to be doing the same thing when we get there. Kind of vibes.
You don't.
Yeah, all right.
Aelin, Slia is going to live.
Yeah, Aelin, stop being so committed to death, Aelin.
I know. I've had enough of this.
I'm so sad.
Slia is convinced. You did a good job, DM.
Anyway.
Was that bird song that I just heard then?
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's
Cute.
actually, yeah, that's outside. Hee.
Nice.
We got some birds.
Burbs.
Happy to know.
So.
Yeah, Bluey can watch over the gold for Slia.
Let's go to the Shadowfell, boys. Let's get some Elijah.
You hold up your hand, that lapis just kind of between your thumb and your forefinger. And without realising it, you guys have positioned yourselves kind of in front of the city gates where they should be. And the mist begins to spill down and kind of fill your vision. And as you kind of take a step forward, kind of embracing it, it just swallows you whole. To briefly show this from a different perspective, the family look back to sort of thank you for all the provisions you've provided. And they just see mists wiping away with the wind.
We will be legend.
Your forms taken with them. Shu curls around you, Ulster, kind of cuddling. I think this might be her first time in the Shadowfell.
Also, like, there's a really big shadowy version of you in here, so just don't be scared. You could make friends one day.
As well as Carol the Stoat.
Also, still got him.
Wriggling to try and get to Dural.
No, he's like, no.
Dural just says, can I please have it?
I'll give it back to you when he's back. Wait, he should be turning back soon.
I was going to say, he's only a stoat for like an hour, right?
Yeah, so he should be back.
In your hand, he just goes...
He's like, ugh!
He falls.
He throws him on the ground. He's like, I don't want it anymore anyway. I do want a pet stoat, though, I have decided. And then the mist.
On a side note, due to, like, well, I don't know if Emma wants to include the Tasha ruling, but druids can now summon their own familiar for as long as they could wild shape for. So you could have a stoat, in theory.
Oh my god.
We haven't gone through the Tasha ruling yet. I know we said we would at one point. So we can go through what we'll do is, before the next game, we'll go through Tasha's stuff and we can see whatever additions we can add in.
And y'all have access. Actually, y'all have access to it all on D&D Beyond because of the not a sponsor. But y'all have access to it because I have content sharing turned on. So enjoy.
Whee!
It's
Thank you.
super
I
cool.
love stoats. They're so cute.
Wow.
They're so cute.
Mm. So,
I'm going to send my favorite pictures of stoats to the group chat.
So, you guys arrive with the coalescing of mist, and Bluey, that lapis in your hand flashes just kind of like a more saturated blue and then dims. No magic necessarily, just the climate of the Shadowfell influencing everything that you're seeing and changing your vision. And you lower it, and this time in front of you is not an open plain of just nothing, but the large grey walls of Eldralyth.
Yikes.
As you sort of stand there, just taking a moment to sort of take in everything you're seeing. You're so close you can't quite see the outline of the city, the cityscape, but you can just see this wall kind of oppressive very high in front of you. Sarah says, we also need to find Osha in here.
Can I make a suggestion? We decide our marching order now. Because we don't know what's waiting behind the walls.
Droll says, if it makes things easier, I can travel in secret. Change my face and hide along the way.
What about him? He looks at Cruel.
Coral, can you disguise yourself as something? Anything? And Coral just says, well, everything I can think of would give away that I'm obviously a stranger coming in with you, so it might just be better if I am myself. And Laran just says, Neff!
Yeah, make him Neff.
You can turn into Neff.
Hang on, don't sort of illusion magics...
They're stronger here.
They're stronger.
Oh, they're stronger. Oh, okay.
Oh,
right.
so Slee's
Yeah,
like very pink teeth in here.
Yeah. Let me send you guys this little screenshot that I took. I love the gifts, guys. Great stuff. Oh my god. The JoJo's ones are great. Okay.
Moody Blues is the stand that has just the most cake. It's amazing.
Cake stand.
Anyway, thank you.
Cake stand. I sent you guys a screenshot of the magic breakdown.
Good.
That you guys can reference yourself.
Okay.
There are a few things that aren't. There are a few things that don't really. Apply, but I haven't really gone through to edit them. But yeah, so also you would probably be quite affected. All of your elemental spells are going to feel a bit funny.
Okay.
Because everything's going to be made of shadows.
Can you only bend shadow down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a shadow bender now.
I'm a shadow bender now.
And you can't use any of your weather spells. There might be a few things you can wiggle through the loopholes.
Well, there's some where he could control the shadow. Because I remember when we were the two other people.
Yeah. You can control the shadow. You can't, for example, create something based off of elemental stuff here.
No potatoes here.
No potatoes here. And then the most important is if you take a long rest, if you use a druid spell slot, not a cleric spell slot or a paladin spell slot, no one's paladin, you can't get it back. So really think wisely about that.
Did we rule last time? Because some of my spells are paladin spells. Do certain things recover? Do they all recover?
I think that you would be under the same limitations the paladin would be. But you don't usually recover your spells unless it's a long rest anyway.
Yeah.
So unless you guys plan on spending a day and a night down here, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
Okay. So we need to organise a marching order with Neff. He looks at Cruel. Usually goes towards the middle and towards the back.
Cruel sighs and just looks down at his body and then...
Go on.
Droll, don't look at me. And he just clicks his fingers and he shrinks down to Neff's size.
Good. Can I
suggest... so unhappy that Cruel is looking like Neff.
May I suggest we have strong people on either side of this party going in. Bluey, Saraza.
Saraza will move to wherever you need him.
All right, I'm going to make a very bold statement and say I would like to go at the front with
Zoran
whoever.
says, I will walk right at your side.
You will go behind me because you are a wizard. But I would like Bluey or Saraza up with me so I can perceive, and I will wild shape if we need to stop anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bluey, Saraza, you decide. Everyone else, thoughts and feelings, where you would like to go.
I would also quite like to be quite close to the front.
Okay.
So it's going to go Ulster, Cass, or Bluey, which one?
Or Saraza.
If we're all brought in, I don't think Bluey has to be near the front for like mist guiding or anything. I don't know. It's
okay. Ulster and Cass.
Yeah.
Ulster, Cass, and Loran. Bluey will be near the middle. Neff, Slia, and then Saraza.
No.
Also,
Carol. Dural is going to be
Vanished.
separating from the group.
Okay.
And then Shu will
Bring up the rear.
Bring up the rear.
Good. Also activates his third eye.
Mm-hmm.
He is ready.
Okay. So, before we head into Eldralyth, we're going to take a break because I need to do. Now,
10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do. Let's come back about 5 minutes to, and then we can carry on into Eldralyth. Yeah, I can finally get onto the section of my notes titled D&D Notes 4th of the 3rd, 2022. Right. The first thing here is Slia is in disguise. So we're good to go if you're ready. Okay. So, oh my god, I'm scared. Okay. So, let me quickly just recount. You guys are assembled outside of the walls of Eldralyth's Watch. And here you find the city gates are closed to you. You assemble yourself in your marching order. And what is your first action?
I would like to go at the front and make a perception check.
Okay, make a perception check for me, please.
27.
27. Okay.
Scratching.
Yes, anyone can make a perception check.
I would love to.
14.
14.
11.
11.
21.
21. And Ulster?
27.
27. So, all of you
Also skipping.
looking around the space, you can tell that Eldralyth is covered in an ink-like shadow, quite customary of the Shadowfell.
I know.
The gates to Eldralyth's Watch are closed, but also you can tell that they are not locked. One of them is partially damaged, sort of hanging off one of the sort of like heavy metal spokes, which kind of keeps it in place. It looks like with some effort, a couple of people pulling, you could open the doorways and enter the city. The other alternative is you can scale the wall and climb in.
Can we slip between the doors, or do we have to push them open?
You'll probably have to pull a little bit, at least.
How heavy do they look?
They're about 1 foot thick and 5 feet, 2 feet across.
And they're open.
They're partially open.
Okay, I would like to use my foot to start to edge it open.
Okay. Considering that Cass is right beside you, you could probably get some advantage if you guys pull together.
Okay, I will nudge it with my foot, and then Cass
starts pulling on the door using the strength. Can you make me a strength check with advantage, please? Cass, you're here. Okay.
Cass, yeah.
Sorry.
Can you guys make me a strength check each, please?
Uh-huh.
It's not bad, actually. It's an 18.
Nice.
It is a 19.
A 19, okay. With a 19 and an 18, you feel a moment of resistance, and then there's a grating across the floor as the ground picks up mud, and you open an opening wide enough for all of you to file through.
I give Cass a high five.
You cast a high five, and you step across.
We do our elaborate best friend like high five shake, which is very complicated and could never be repeated by anyone.
Yeah.
And it changes every day, but somehow they always know exactly
we always
what
know,
the other person's gonna do. Yeah.
In addition to a marching order, would you like us to all roll stealth?
Yes,
Yes.
I would, thank you.
15.
Okay. So can I just ask them in this order? So all say you rolled 15. Cass, what did you roll?
10.
10. Loran, Bluey,
Disadvantage at +5. That is a 9.
Cruel rolls a 10.
Still basically the same as Cass's, and she was rolling it straight.
Yeah.
So.
Neff is Cruel. Sleer,
That was
cool.
a 19.
save the party, save the world. Sarazor is going to roll a 17 disadvantage. 17! Nice, Sarazor. With an 18 total. And then Jaral is invisible.
That's why we like you, Joel.
He got a 27.
His stealth is like my perception.
Yeah. Droll looks not Droll. Crawl looks a little bit like at not being able to see him. And also, you guys all rolled pretty average to bad. Some of you rolled really good actually. But you get the impression as you kind of like push your way through that you're quite conspicuous, being the only newcomers to this city and having just opened a big door.
Hoo-hoo.
Okay. You guys rolled bad. How do you feel?
Wasn't terrible.
I'm joking. I realised that sounded really horrible. Oh my god, you guys rolled so bad.
Okay, we'll roll down to 10.
That's true.
Are you asking us as if we're on a reality TV show and we're in like the booth being asked?
Cutaway.
Yeah.
I do still have the Dust of Disappearance at some
I need
point.
it.
We can use that.
You've had that so long.
I've had it for so long. Every time we go to use it, it's like, oh, I just have a spell that we can use. But it could be quite good for if we're trying to conserve spell slots.
Legit,
Yeah. So that is an idea if all shit hits the fan.
So what do we see when we go through?
When you open the city gates, the first thing you think almost instinctively to look for is that everything is where it is, where it's supposed to be. There are buildings. The palace is there. It stands above the city level by like just 2 levels. It is quite imposing, but like, usually in the Apraean lighting in its regular setting, it's quite a beautiful city with very interesting architecture compared to the rest of Apraea. Right now, it's just darker. Yeah.
Can I try and scry on Elijah now?
You can, yeah. I'll quickly wrap up what you see, and then we can get to that.
I'll get the arm from Cass as I do this to give Elijah a -10.
Perfect. So, as you look around the city, you all kind of like fall upon the walls, and Loran goes, yeah, that makes sense. And you notice the runes, and Sleer is as you saw in your vision. These are not, Loran confirms for you, protective runes. These have been tampered with and clearly are now runes of teleportation.
Can Sleia ask Loran if there's any way to reverse the teleportation?
Oh, sorry, Anna. All the roles have been blown.
Oh.
Slia, you ask around this, and he thinks for a moment, and he just says, I've never teleported anything of this magnitude. I wouldn't be surprised if the only reason he could do this was because he had the tone of absolution. So if I had access to the tone and attuned to it, then perhaps. But I know that reaching for that tone means death or something similar, because I'm not a drow and, well, I don't like my chances of getting close to it.
If you and Neff were to work together, maybe with Ulster.
Neff's magic is depleted.
But if we could pour enough magic in, maybe we wouldn't have to use the tome, and we could just return.
I could help. Cassa seems to keep specialising into teleportation, so she's.
Why don't, if we can find the tome / Elijah first, then we can focus on teleporting. Because if we do it wrong, teleportation that goes wrong can be very ugly.
Yes,
this is true. Karul says from the corner.
I don't want to end up with people split in half or souls thrown out of bodies.
Absolute shock. Sorry, his face was good. In this very serious moment, Shu comes up and gives you a sort of wraparound full stare.
Give it a scratch. I'm going to scry on Elijah to try and find him.
You guys get choose some scriptures. Karul looks a little bit uncomfortable at the prospect of working with Loran, but doesn't say anything. And Loran looks even more so and does say something, and he says, I'll think on it. I'll take a long, long time to think.
Right.
And then you sit down to scry. So
I'll take the arm from Cass and his arm.
Cass, you pull out the arm.
Of course.
So he has to make a wisdom save and -10. You'd have to probably roll on that 20.
Yep. I don't think this is going to happen. So with the -10, that's a 6 on the dice.
Right,
And his
I know.
modifier is just not going to get it.
I know where he is.
Okay. Let me just scroll through my notes a second.
He gets so pissed off with Ulster Scry. He's like, oh, you again? Man.
So, you've scryed on Elijah's lab before, and you know the limitations that come with scrying on it. You never get a full picture. You only ever really get fragments. But still, it's better than nothing. Now, you feel your presence being pulled through Eldralyth. You don't really get glimpses of what's coming. You only get flashes of grey and darkness. And then you pass through the door of the laboratory. And you head down those stairs through the winding corridors, past rooms filled with magical items and such and such. And then you get to a threshold which you recognise, the archway which leads into the main centre of the laboratory. And this is where it starts to get hazy, but you press through and you kind of, though it's staticky at the edges and it's grainy, almost like you're looking through glasses that are ill-fitting for your eyes. You see Elijah. Okay, let me just read my notes very quickly.
Nordro!
Okay. So,
everyone got their ender blood?
Yeah.
You don't see who else or anyone else in this lab with him, though you can't be certain that there is anyone there or isn't. You are scrying specifically on him. However, there is something else in the room. strapped to the table, which he is leaning over with like a magic, like kind of like conjured in his hand, almost shaped like a scalpel. You see the body of Sobek.
No. Okay.
Black matted hair just kind of scattered all around. You can't tell if he's truly dead or if he's in the process of dying.
No. Also starts making noises of distress.
Loran tries to pull you out, but Karul says, "Don't you want to get information?" Ulster, you see him with this magic in hand pulling across parts of his flesh, and instead of blood coming out, you see space opening up between a layer of his skin, then a layer of magic, and then he reaches in and starts rummaging and looking.
Ulster like snaps, and he's just like, "We need to get there now."
Okay.
He starts to like move in the direction he vaguely knows the door to be. We need Sobek's in there. He's got Sobek. He's ripping him apart. He's looking for something. If we're not, it might already be too late.
Loran looks around the group and just says, what happened the last time to Beacons of Resurgence?
We can't let him get.
Cass is also quite concerned by the fact that she has a beacon with her.
Keep it in the bag.
Yeah, but like if they finds out about the bag, that's quite easy to get into. I'm just wondering if I've got anything that I can do.
Karul says that arm is a dead giveaway, just so you know. There's nothing else that can keep something like that fresh for years.
I'm not using the arm. We're going to be using blood. I've drawn blood. I thought of that.
Away now.
He puts the arm back in Cass's bag.
I've got a spell called Wrist Pocket, which is you flick your wrist, causing one object in your hand to vanish. The object, which only you can be holding, can weigh no more than 5 pounds, is transported to an extra dimensional space. Now I know Elijah has skills with extra dimensional spaces, but the only other thing is in the bag of holding, which is also extra dimensional. And at least with this one, he can't it'd be more effort for him to access that than it would be for him to rummage in a bag.
Yeah.
Okay. Ulster's moving.
It's going to be dangerous because Cass has to be holding it. Oh no.
He's not. Ulster's nodding as Cass is saying this, but he is moving and he's rummaging for Ender's blood now. He looks very upset.
Cass reaches in and grabs the sword for the first time and tries to cast a spell. So I don't know if that's going to do anything, but yeah.
Sorry. Say all of that again.
So I think we're running to where we think Elijah is.
Yeah.
But on the way, because we're already, by the sounds of it, there's going to be a couple of beacons of resurgence in that room. Cass still has the sword, which is another beacon.
Yeah, exactly.
And although Elijah has access to extra dimensional spaces in a way that we're not quite sure how he does it, but he can get into nooks and crannies. But so he could technically still get into this wrist pocket dimension that Cass can create. But it would be slightly harder than to just be like, give me your bag.
Exactly, yeah.
Route.
You'll definitely know something is happening if it's happening in your wrist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But to do it, you have to be holding it.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's, and I don't know how it works, because I know that like Cass had to stop touching the sword because she never wanted to let it go. So I don't know how that's gonna.
Does anyone have a globe of invulnerability they can cast?
Loran raises his hand.
Maybe put that on Cass.
He touches you just on he boops you on the nose.
What does that mean?
So no spells below 4th level can touch you.
Oh.
And is it the spells above, then it has to be a roll or something?
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's quite a good spell.
Let me check that.
If it's a roll of the D20 that's needed,
then it can be a natural one, for example.
Okay, cool. So Cass is running and she's casting Wrist Pocket.
Is there any chance that we could have stored essentially the sword in Loran's mansion at some point?
No, All-Star would have refused to have it put in the mansion.
Okay.
And also that's
a major retcon.
Yeah.
The retcons I allow will if it requires scenes and complex thought, then probably a bit too much. But yeah.
I think this is the safest way of doing it anyway for now.
Can I refresh for the door? We need blood of Elijah's family to get in.
Yeah.
Okay. Allstar's got his vial out then.
Okay.
He's holding it.
And he had previously given vials to everyone in case we got separated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much everyone has a vial, except maybe Karul and Drell.
Oh, okay. Right.
Karul and Drell would not have that. Drell is not nearby you at the moment. Karul, whilst you guys are talking amongst yourselves, has kind of pulled back and is just sort of like sticking within the marching order as much as possible, as you guys are walking, but is looking around the space. And you guys kind of like notice his attention is being drawn to the edges of the streets. The city, as you're walking through it, you can tell, is incredibly roughed up. And it is not empty, Slia, as you know. The road to the palace is lined with people. Eldralyth is covered in this like ink-like shadow magic, and you navigate through, and as you pass it, you notice that this, like, between those sort of like drips of ink, you can see faces just showing through. Dead, of course, or dying. Most are catatonic, left sort of in place exactly where they were as the city was moved until they could not stand any longer. 4 days is not necessarily enough for people to die of exposure, of starvation, of thirst. But these people have been sick for weeks beforehand. And the weakest of them now, you can see lining the streets. Luckily, most of the shadow stuff is covering any of the bodies that you might not want to see. But as you pass through the sort of crossroads which leads up towards the Palace of Eldralyth, you see a body just fall and hit the ground, the head just kind of cracking on the stone.
Ulster is going to just move past it. He can't look.
You do notice, as you come closer to the palace, there is a slight change in the condition of the people of Eldralyth. Like I said, most are catatonic, but some are moving.
Magician in the sun?
Mimicking life, in a way. You think for a moment, you're hopeful that some of them are present and alive as much as you can, but when you stare at them, you realise that you're watching them repeat the same movements over and over again, opening and closing a door, or walking back and forth, or just sort of like repeated motions, touching their heads, touching their eyes, sitting down, standing up, sitting down.
This is horrible.
We need to stop this.
Anna.
I think Bluey might cast Detect Good and Evil.
Okay.
Will that work the same here?
Everyone is.
You pull out your sword and you kind of hold it as a beacon. The light is very stifled here. The usual glow it has is shrunk all the way back down. But there is somewhat of a dim glow. And the thing is, even though you know some of these people are dead, the sickness still lingers, continuing to affect their corpses. You do feel a significant presence of wrongness, of something akin to evil here.
Ah, shit. Is he gonna be able to control all their dead bodies and like have an army of zombies to come at us?
That's all right. Hey, I've already done that in Eldralyth. I'm not I'm not a one-trick pony. I'm gonna do something a little different. Well, actually. Anyway.
Is Bluey, as we're passing through, like further into the city with these people doing repeated motions, what does Bluey sense about them? Like, are they undead? Are they also? Sorry,
those people. The people who are moving are still alive.
Oh, okay.
They are not necessarily doing strenuous activity. They're standing up and they're sitting down. They're lifting their hands. They're opening doors, closing windows. 4 days may have passed of them doing the same motion, whatever motion it was they were doing as the city was transported over and over again. It's not enough to exhaust them entirely. The strongest of them, young men, women, people who are healthy, who weren't doing anything strenuous when they were transported, then they're okay. You get the impression the people who died quickest are probably the people who are running away and knew what was going on. The people who were caught unawares, probably okay.
Let's go kill Elijah.
Yeah. We remember the way down, don't we?
So
I've been there.
You are
been there, bro.
If Neff was here, she would also be able to direct you where to go. I sent her a dream once, but alas, that is long ago. If anyone's doing any medical or investigation checks on these people, I have some information I can give you. But if you're going to just pass through,
I don't think Ulster can. I think he can't look at it right now. He's desperate to get to Sobek to try and save him.
That's
just
fine.
moving with purpose.
So you approach the palace doors.
Before you get back into a flow, was there any Cass's going to be casting Wrist Pocket? Is there anything that needs to happen with that? If not, that's all good. But
I will need you to make a wisdom saving throw as you hear the voice of just the sword just go, interesting, you bring me here after so long.
That little fucking bitch. Right.
That thing.
Okay.
Isn't Cass a man?
Doesn't fucking matter.
It's good.
Yeah, it's good, but I'm just trying to work out how good. Okay. It's a 26, so I think she whispers back shut your fucking mouth and wrist pockets it away.
Nice. Very good, very good.
That's so funny.
Okay. So you tell it to shut its fucking mouth and wrist pocket it away. And with that, you have safely, you assume, secured the sword for now. Also, I know that this is considered the Sword of Cass in our D&D lore, but I reskinned it so that it was something different back in the first campaign. So this is actually the Sword of Durandal. That makes so much difference, which has got its own ever so slightly different lore in this world. But for all intents and purposes, it is a sword that is corrupted with an evil spirit, which tries to take over whoever wields it with a bloodlust to kill those in their closest vicinity. So,
fun.
Yeah. Insatiable bloodlust. But you managed to sheath the sword in your arm.
Bloody theme with Cass's possessions.
Bloodlust.
Sorry, I am a one-trick pony.
Run.
Fast as you can.
You seal away the sword, you pass all these people, the dead and the dying in the streets. And then you reach those tiered steps which lead up to the palace doors. They are sealed. When you get there, you see a lock. Very firmly shut.
Can someone blast the lock open?
Loran offers, but he says, my fire might not work the same here.
What about like
Lily-
Eldritch Blast? That's not.
Yeah.
That's more
That would-
force rather than fire.
That would
Blue,
work.
what were you going to suggest as well?
sword wax. That was.
Mate, you get the impression that probably both at once would be great, considering the magic is slightly stifled here. If you go a tag team,
Okay.
Okay.
Is
poise
Lily
yourself.
allowed to do 3 attacks on this lock at the same time as Cass doing?
Maybe one super attack would be better. Because it's a static object, you can do it at advantage.
Okay.
So we're both doing attack throws rolls.
Yeah, so you're doing your Eldritch Blast.
So I have 3 blasts, so I'll do 3 rolls. Oh, these are shocking rolls. Thankfully, I've got quite a good spell attack now. That is terrible. Okay.
Okay. So, what did you roll for your spell attack, Cass?
So for each blast, I've got an 18, an 18, and a 14.
Okay.
on my Eldritch Blast.
Oh wait, if you're doing 3 blasts, then yes, you can do 3 attacks. Anna.
Should I do 3 attacks at advantage, or does that not make sense? Just 3
Do
straight
one at
attacks.
advantage and the other 2 straight.
Okay. Well, the first one at advantage is 26.
Whack, whack. Yep.
I have a natural 20.
Sexy. And then the last one?
And 22.
Okay.
Crumbles.
I just read my notes. Anyway, so you hit the door, 3 attacks, each one of them withering the metal away. And as that last hit, the Eldritch Blast just like bouncing and crackling against the metal, heating it up, and your sword attack just carving through like it's butter almost. The lock just kind of like fades away. And I want to say it's like a almost comically sized like lock on this door, with like a padlock style, and it just falls to the ground in 2 pieces with a heavy thump, leaving like cracks in the stone. You're probably going to both need to pull on the handles of the doorways to open the doors to the palace as well. And they slide outwards, so you kind of pull on either side. Cass, you taking one side, and Blue, you taking the other. And the palace doors are opened to you. As you open them, you see a rune on the floor suddenly illuminate. And all at once there is a resounding bang, and these like fragments of light just like hit each one of you in the chest and push you back. I need you all to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
My goodness.
Not my best.
9.
Oh no.
12.
Okay,
Come the
9,
fuck on.
12. Sleia?
7.
17.
We are not rolling well today, guys.
No.
That's our first bad roll.
I am going to Indomitable and re-roll, and I have to use the new roll. So let's hope it's more than a 5. Yep. Okay, 13.
Okay. So anyone who rolled below a 16,
Fuck. All right.
Oh,
sorry,
That sounded like a lot of dice.
yeah, that was a lot of dice.
you're going to take 10 points of fire damage.
Okay, not too bad.
That's fine.
That's okay.
That's fine.
I take that in my sleep.
And it goes without saying, you are all prone at the moment.
Oh,
And-
if we rolled higher, do we get? Is it only half damage?
Half damage.
Cool.
Is Karul still immune to fire damage in this one?
No.
No. Uh-huh.
Cruel-
Oh yeah, did Karul get hit?
he did, yeah.
You
Karul took
see
5.
Cass be like, then she like, looks over and she's like,
Droll was out of bounds. You don't know where it is. Loran took 5. Saraza took 10. And are you having Shu flying above you? Or
She's at the very, very back.
At the very, very back. Roll her a dexterity with advantage, because she's got so many more limbs than the rest of you.
I don't have her stats on me. Hold on.
What is the base roll?
11, but I think her dex isn't bad. Hold on.
Is it a +5?
I don't know. I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Does standing up from prone take half movement?
It does, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, regardless,
I don't know.
Give it 5. I think the lower is probably more likely anyway.
Okay.
So, you guys gather yourselves in enough time to see a firework peter out in the sky, scattering reddish embers, but they quickly dim down to just ash all around you, and this ash continues to fall from the sky. Ulster, as you watch this happening, you notice there's something else intermingled with the ash. And when you realize what it is, you feel a surge of pain, but also anger as you see strands tied together of human hair just drifting down.
Ulster is going to just try and get back up and keep going. He is furious. We're going to kill Elijah.
Hell fucking yeah, we are.
He is seething.
Has gotta
You
die.
enter into the palace, each one of you making your way in. And the first thing that you notice in the foyer is a body on the floor. It's, let me see, got short brown hair, brown eyes, slightly dark skin. The gender is quite indeterminable just from this direction and what you're looking at. Very soft frame. You've never seen this person before except for Sleia. You recognize this instantly as the person who is accompanying Sobek, one of the 2 people who is accompanying Sobek into Eldralyth. Their hands are covered in tattoos very similar to his.
Looking over them, would we get an idea, or like from the vision, would Sleia have gotten an idea of who this person's status is in their organization?
Yeah. You've worked with them before. You get the impression that this is one of their higher agents. You turn them around, you see the tattoos on their hands. These runes are kind of Sobek's own design. Usually his kind of direct agents or employees would wear these to sort of help their magic kind of be more synthesized with this. So someone who works directly with Sobek, quite high up in the organization. The detect good and evil. How much damage did you take? Only 5?
10.
10. I think it's. You immediately don't think that's enough that usually it warrants a. I think there's a certain amount where it doesn't.
You don't need to make a concentration for 10.
Yeah, I think you're okay.
It has to be like quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think 10 might actually be the.
Usually, I was gonna say 10 usually is, I think, the trigger. You have to roll, and if you roll higher than 10, then you should be fine.
Is it a straight like Constitution check with?
Yeah.
All right.
It's
which
yeah, I was gonna say you would add your con modifier for sure.
And because of the feat, I also add half proficiency to that, so it's a +6. 21. All right.
There you go.
So
On
perfect.
at higher levels, not higher levels, but higher damage, then it's whatever the damage is half.
It's the DC.
Yeah.
So
is the body in front of us heavily diseased or undead, or
you approach it, and with the kind of sword hilt, just holding the sword hilt with one hand, you put a hand on the body. This is not a heavily diseased body. This has been killed using other means, but you get the feeling of the beginnings of infection, and you realize that the likelihood is that whatever is infecting these people does not care about whether you're alive or dead. It is going to
Get you.
It's going to get to your body at some point somehow.
From here, which way is the lab?
Through the palace towards the residential wings, and Cass, you know specifically, not Cass, sorry, actually no, Cass, yeah. You know that you're looking for the torn down tower where the Ashunes used to live, which was destroyed when Anna Ashune pulled that card from the deck of many things.
Also, we'll grab Cass and run ahead with her. He thinks Sobek's probably already dead, but...
Okay. Looking behind, if anyone looks behind as you open these doors, you see movement in the streets of Eldralyth, unlike what you saw before. Bodies beginning to move up the stairwells. Not quite those bodies that you saw repeating those movements, but a type of being which you recognize to be the Shadowfell, lurking at the edges of the streets. Sleia, make me a religion check.
Weren't those our friends at the time?
They are a race of people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Weren't they being friendly though?
Yeah. Sleia, can you make me a religion check, please?
Sure thing. I am not proficient. That is a 13.
13. Okay. You don't know a lot, but you get the impression there are a lot of people who aren't quite dead, who aren't quite alive in this place. They're probably being attracted for that reason, considering they work for the Raven Queen. Especially now that you've opened these doors, they probably were worried about being hurt by them. So to see you brazenly just go for it, they are now
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, you see these people, but you don't linger long enough to sort of engage with any of them. If you're walking this fast, you move instead deeper into the palace, and you see more of the same, except inside the palace, all the people you're coming across seem far more mobile here. It's almost uncanny. You see people walking back through the corridors, greeting each other and talking, not acknowledging you at all, and then just walking almost in reverse exactly and repeating the same motions. Again, these people being far more mobile, doing far more over the same amount of time than just a simple motion.
Do a quick Arcana check as we're running past? Cass,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it if it's going to slow us down at all, but can I do it as we're going?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Ooh, that's good. 27?
27. Okay. With an Arcana check, you get the impression that these people are being affected by the same kind of disease as outside. Elijah's experiments seem to be concerned mostly with soul transference, and you get a tinge of that magic here. Mm-hmm. For some of these people, well, those with the least amount of mobility, their souls have been simply torn from their bodies, leaving them catatonic, unable to move. For those who are the most animated, it appears they still have a sense of memory. Mm-hmm. Whether it's because they have a tether to their souls, or because they've not yet forgotten how to imitate life, it's hard to say. It could be either. Some of these people could be saved, you think, but it's hard to tell who without stopping and examining each one.
Yeah, we don't have time. We've got to keep going.
I think Ulster is maybe silently crying as he tries to ignore everything. And he's just holding on to Cass as he runs, and then he'll let go to go faster.
Okay. I think at that point, Loran would probably use his Taoshiri dexterity to actually keep up with you. Him sort of like that primal savagery coming through, and his strides becoming longer to match yours. Deeper into the palace, like I said, more of the same. Something you notice as you get towards the sort of like heart of the place, or the stomach of the place, maybe.
I hate this man so much.
Yeah.
Some have collapsed. Others have died from exhaustion. Others are on the brink. You do notice that the amount of bodies that you see are not proportionate to the amount of people who would have been in this castle. Mm. Also, as you especially know how many people it takes to run a palace this size. There are bodies that are missing. And as you round a corner, you see something coagulating at the end of the corridor.
Oh no.
What is it?
There are from that dark, inky blackness that's just been sort of like tar all over the Shadowfell. You see, well, I'm gonna just send you guys a photo.
No.
I'm getting Stranger Things. All
Yeah.
people being melded into
Yeah.
one massive, horrible
Gibbering
I'm really
hell.
sorry. So
Mm.
this part of the crew
No.
where are you sending it?
in the Discord.
Okay.
You see.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Ooh.
Ew. What is that?
Oh no. Uh-uh.
You see
Mm. Mm-mm.
husk-like shadowy creatures covered
Ugh.
in this like thick like leather that you get the impression may have once been human skin. Just kind of like peeled and hanging over their back, revealing just like darkness underneath. They're dripping with blackness. And they turn their open mouth gazes and just stare at the group of you. And I need everyone to roll initiative for me, please.
Bloody hell.
Fucking fuckity fuck.
18.
Okay, right. Give me 1 second whilst I put some more appropriate music on.
How many of them are there?
There look to be about 6 of them.
Also, just whilst there's like a bit of a there's a lull in the story. Just a reminder, I'll have a meeting at 1, so I'll.
Yeah.
This game
If,
can
Roughly 2, yeah.
Okay.
if this game is like going, if the fight's in mid flow, I won't interrupt you to say that I'm going to the meeting. I'll just.
Sure. You can, what you can also do is you can message me anything you want to do.
Okay, I will come back after my meeting for the last bit of the game until 2, and then.
Yeah, that's good.
But
She's fine. Do not
hopefully
worry.
the meeting won't be long. These horrible, evil-looking things.
Okay. Give me just 1 second whilst I get my screens all ready. I've got the old
This is The Witcher, isn't it?
Witcher music, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Oh, valley.
Oh, valley of plenty. Right, so initiative order, if you please. So, can I have 25 to 20? Ooh, Kat, what did you roll?
Dirty 20.
Okay.
The filthiest 20 there ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first in order is Karul.
Oh god, Crow.
Next it's Cass. And then the Bodak will move the storm. Okay. Right. 20 to 15.
18.
18. Ulster. Saracen.
17.
What did you get, sorry?
17.
Okay.
And 15.
15. Louis. Sarah's got 16. Slia. Lebran. And then you don't know where Gerald is. She was going to go on your turn if you wanted to do anything.
Yeah.
Cruel, Cass, Ulster, Bluey, Sarza, Slia, Lebran.
Mm.
There's going to be 2 KA, Cass. I'm just going to squeeze it all in one. There. L, and then...
You could put for Cass if you still wanted it to, instead of KA, you could do AK.
That's true.
How big is this corridor?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet across.
Okay.
Though I have to say, considering it's Karul that she's having to sacrifice her actual name for, it's a little bit more like...
I'll make Karul KM. Karul Malone. Okay. Making sure I've not missed anyone. So, we have Karul, Ulster,
I'm thinking of doing something very dramatic.
Cass, Louis, Sarazer. Sarazer, Sleer, and Bran. Okay. Then we have these little boys,
Little boys!
these little strangers. Where are they currently?
In the order.
You don't know.
Okay.
So true. So true, bestie.
Okay. They are. If you want to know where they are, kind of in relation to you guys, they are vaguely scattered around this corridor.
Mm.
Okay. Right. Sorry, I just had to set up the map properly.
Okay.
You can also see what is supposed to be the outside of the... Oh, I just turned off my thing. What is supposed to be the outside of the palace in this. Also, everyone's writing is in pink for some reason, for which I apologise. So this is the current situation. Tell me where you want me to move you, because I know you're going to be in a certain kind of order. So I'm assuming Ulster, you'll be at the head.
Yes.
Yeah, Cass and Ulster at like the top.
Okay. Okay. And then Loran will be behind you, Ulster.
Mm-hmm. Those things look disgusting.
Thank you.
Gross.
Sleer, where would you like to be?
Sleia will be probably near Bluey and Loran.
Okay. Then in between Blue and Loran. Sarazer will, I think, rush up to the front to stand beside Ulster. And then Karul, considering he is slightly weakened and better at the back anyway, will step back.
Who would have thought we'd end up fighting with Karul, guys?
Yeah, not me.
Okay, I'm going to send you an updated.
Is this Night of the Long Teeth?
I love this one. Like the long bangs.
Okay, thanks, yeah.
I almost sent that screenshot I used from the wrestling video.
Woohoo!
Okay. Does this look about okay? Great. First up in the order is Karul, who is going to start this by...
Do something useful, Karul.
Do something useful. he's going to start this by letting off firebolts. He can do 2. Natural 1. And a 16. Hits.
So what's Cruel doing?
Firebolt. Whacking them.
Classic.
Firebolts.
Can you use Firebolt in the Shadowfell?
You can use it, it's just diminished. So
okay, got you.
Yeah.
I understand now.
I know your little Shadowfell fact sheet has that light magics are automatically like failed.
Yeah.
Is radiant damage like nothing, or is it half? Then you
No,
half
so radiant damage. Radiant doesn't necessarily mean it's a light spell. It'll just look a bit dim in terms of the visuals. It will still work, but you won't be able to replenish it. It's like a depleting source.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so same amount of damage, but
8.
losing it.
Yeah. Okay. So the first one is going to take a 9 points of fire damage. Except.
Great.
Okay. Next up in the order is Ulster.
Oh. Is it now? Okay.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, I thought it was Cass.
Sorry, Cass.
Yeah. I was like, I wasn't ready.
Yeah. I think Cass is gonna shout, "Look down!" At everyone in our party.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna cast hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
I create a twisting pattern of colours inside a 30-foot cube within range. Each creature in the area who sees the pattern must make a wisdom saving throw. Because I'm assuming all of those creatures are like, I'm aiming it to where they're all looking.
Yeah, they're all looking at you. 5,
Perfect.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. If you want you can get them all.
The cube doesn't have to be 30 feet around me. I can cast it 120 foot away from me. It's just a 30-foot cube.
Yeah.
And it's an illusion, so I'm wondering if that is stronger because of
yeah, so if
that's
you
why I picked it.
Yeah, so what do they have to do?
Wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
So I don't know how that works, if it's stronger. I don't know.
That's for me to know and you to find out.
I shall see.
1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, so we have a natural 20.
Well, that will succeed.
Yeah. Let me roll.
Hey, Cass.
Okay, we have a 15.
Nope.
We have a 16.
Nope.
And then the other 2 are definitely going to fail. One more. Then we have an 11.
Nope.
Okay, so
and a Bluey might use the was that your foresight? It's a natural 1.
Okay. Natural 1. So all of them are affected by what happens.
So they are incapacitated and have a speed of 0. So my thoughts are, we just like run through them and try to get past, because Cass is.
I see you.
Nothing terrible happened to you.
They look dumbfounded. Absolutely terrified of this whole situation. And as you incapacitate them and you tell everyone, go, go, go. I move to Ulster. Are you doing anything?
Can we run?
You can run, yes.
Run. I grab Loran and Cass and run.
Okay.
We only have a minute.
Run!
If you're all dashing through this, then yes, you will be able to outrun them in a minute.
Okay.
So I'll just say for the sake of brevity, because I know it's getting close to 1, and you need to probably go, that you all just leg it. I'm glad I spent so long setting up that little map.
Sorry,
That's how it is.
I did. I'm sorry. I was
Cass,
looking at
that was
myself.
amazing.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Cass. I was going to do something dramatic, and I was very glad you stopped me.
I was just like, I just felt like we don't want to get harmed. We just need to go.
We just need to go.
Just gonna move everyone.
Leg it.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. The scream monsters are behind us. And
If
eat
they're
us if they can.
incapacitated,
It basically means that they're
and
just all dumbfounded.
they can't do attacks of opportunity.
They can't take any reactions.
No. They're basically like this. They just saw something really pretty in the sky and they're just like,
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
and also because of fey magic, I imagine it's like twisting like glittery pinks and it's like all shimmery and lovely and just like so not of this place.
They're just like, oh.
Mm.
Okay.
Does the
Cool.
glitter become real in the Shadowfell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's filled with hair.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, swift jog.
So,
Up from prone.
just there. Oh,
I know.
you disappeared.
It disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, like the spell ends if anyone, if the creatures take any damage. So it's like, leave them and run.
Mm-hmm.
Emma, are they undead? Are they evil aligned? Are they
Okay, Blue,
fiends?
because you're interested, make me an investigation check as you pass them.
Oh, that's it's 2.
Oh. Okay, I'm not going to give you any answers except for this one. You don't know anything about them. You only know what your eyes show you, which is as you take a pause to just sort of like look at these, from this perspective, as you kind of stare into that gaping mouth of theirs, you see just kind of inside it, almost part of it, just for a moment before it turns away from you and you're past it. There's another face in there, a face which you recognise to be Tabaxi. And you remember this to be the face of the innkeeper who ran the Crystal Star Tavern. You don't know why or how or what's happening, but you recognise that face.
That's
in
horrible.
That mouth kind of fused with the skin.
Horrible.
Is
Louise.
this the spell couldn't tell me anything more? Detect good and evil?
Oh, you still have that going, don't you? Yes, okay, well
Yes,
that's
I
different.
Probably for like
This-
another 2 minutes or something. Because
You get the impression that this is a Bodak, a creature that has died in the Shadowfell after being touched by evil, and they transform after death as the Shadowfell permeates them into these.
Lala. Lala, say hello to everyone.
We don't like them.
Say hello, Lala.
So these will be people from Eldralyth Watch who have turned into these creatures.
Lala says hello. Lala. Hello, everybody. I've just woken up.
He looks so like, why am I here?
Yes. Just like Loran in game. Why am I here? Oh,
Why am I? Oh,
so
running.
you continue running on through the palace, and you find yourselves heading through a corridor which you recognize. There isn't much beyond here. Cass, you know that. There's even less than there used to be. Ahead of you, you see the end of the corridor is just gaping open. There is a spiral staircase which heads down, but just before it heads up, it just carved off to where you have no idea. The residence is gone, but what is below remains.
How much time has passed since I saw Sobek getting carved up?
You saw that in the beginning of the city?
Yeah.
30 minutes?
Ulster increases his pace. And I think he's going to just say to the people, oh, Cass has got to go. He's going to say, if we get there in time, we might be able to bring him back somehow. Or at least get him out of here.
Is the hair around here? Oh, spider! Oh gosh. All right. Is the hair around here? Does it look like Sobek's? Like the stuff that like fell before, or is it just like hair?
A mixture, but it looks intentionally. I'm going to go to the loo just before we get into this part because there's going to be a bit of stuff to come. So if anybody else needs a toilet break, this would be a good time for that.
I need to lie down.
Okay. I'll be right back. Get right into
Go, let's rescue Sobek.
Okay. Great. So
I'll do it for you.
The corridor leading to the laboratory and study, this area, stinks of death. It's filled with that same inky black shadow stuff which permeates the whole of this place. And awaiting at the top of the corridor, just before that spiral staircase, just before everything you need to access to get into the lab. Just waiting there is a hulking figure whose form is morphed and twisted almost beyond recognition. You can understand after seeing everything you've seen so far that the people here are suffering the side effects of Elijah's experimentation. The souls of some residents have been torn out, have been swapped or fused or used in any other way. Some people have just been sickened or killed. And just like those Bodak before that you saw, Bluey, this has left some residents with mutations and aspects of their physicality that before you've not seen. And looking at this person here, due to his strength of body and his draconic ancestry,
oh no,
it seems that Elijah's experimentations on Shrekhamus Cassian
Hotel Quinny
in the last few days here have had a significant impact on his current state of being. His body is enlarged in size, one side completely bulging, and it all seems to be stemming from where his eyes are just kind of deformed and swollen. You see that...
Sorry, eyes? Has he grown more eyes?
On one side, you see that there is just an eye, it's just two, don't worry, which is kind of bulging almost out of its socket as if something is wanting to grow off or come through from beneath the skin. He also has these like strange, like kind of like half-formed nubbins of wings on his back, and his tail is abnormally long for his form at the moment, and he is also covered in that shadowy material.
Right.
And as he lays eyes on you, we are going back in the initiative.
The beginning.
Oh, was it? You're going to make us fight Shrekhamus?
Hopefully we can go through it.
I'm like, that's sad, but Cass is like, right, time to get it.
Dead? Do we assume that this means he's dead?
It's hard to say.
Right.
Do you reckon...
Necessarily.
Okay. Do you reckon my good and evil detect is out now?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, all right.
Alright, back to the top.
No.
I'm just filling up his square properly.
Oh. Sorry, my D&D Beyond just had a freak out.
Oh, very good.
So
Tragedy!
Right.
So I'm putting you kind of in the same order as before, only this is what you see now. Okay. I'm going to have to roll this. Shrek. Right. So Shrek is now in the initiative order. We still have fun here, guys.
Yep.
Speak for your fucking self, man.
At the top of the order, as you are all found in front of him, Shrekmas,
Top of the order.
is going to use one of his legendary actions.
Reaction. What?
He is being. I will tell you now that he has been morphed using the soul transference magic, which Elijah's created, to take on aspects of an adult red dragonborn.
Haha.
Haha. So he is going to use one of his.
You mean an adult red dragon instead of dragonborn?
Red dragon. I said red dragonborn, didn't I? Apologies.
Is he?
Alright, do your thing, Shrek.
So I need. Hang on a second. Everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
What? Hang on a second. What type of? Oh, it's a dexterity saving throw.
17.
Okay, don't worry.
I'm just thinking whether I should re-roll. I got 11.
Okay. I'm just going to go around and I'm going to ask you. Cass, what did you roll?
10.
10. That's a fail. Bluey?
I'm going to keep 11. Yeah.
I'm going to check my Warcaster things.
Fail. Ulster?
17.
That's also a fail.
Okay,
If you want to do anything...
I can take an I can use a reaction, I think.
Okay, we'll wrap this up and then you go for your reaction. Sleer, what did you roll?
It was a 15. It fails.
Cruel?
Yeah, I can take a reaction.
18 plus Dex. Meets it, beats it.
Fuck yeah, whoever did that.
Sarazua fails. Loran. Natural 1. Fine. Okay. So, anyone who failed is going to take...
Excuse me?
I'll roll it. I won't use the automatic.
We always knew it was going to be Shrekimus's overpowered attacks that would get us.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of also why I did it.
Kaz and Brian just look at each other and are like, for fuck's sake, of course it's happened.
Of course he's here.
Of course he's here to whip our asses like nobody.
You all take 31 points of damage, except Karul, who takes 15. And this is fire damage.
Right.
As he unleashes a cone of fiery heat, which just sets a light to the corners of the black inky shadow stuff blazes and then dims down. Now, because you're in the Shadowfell,
because I took away the fight from you and the monsters.
Because you're in the Shadowfell, luckily nothing stays on fire for more than a moment or so. Everything else is
that makes me feel so good, Emma.
You're welcome. So I need to write this down next to my characters. So Cruel, minus 15. Sarazo, minus 41.
Minus 41?
He had 10 from before. Oh. Loran, minus 36. Crawl also needs to take a 5, so that's 20. Okay. Right. Next up in the order, you see something moving from the shadows behind you. And there's a moment where you think, fuck, no, it's a Bodak. But it fleets across the walls and darts through the shadows and jumps down and lands on top of Dracomus. Of course, jumping on him out of nowhere with a surprise attack, as he was not previously in the initiative order.
Stop.
Get him.
Stop. He will be performing what you've seen. So yeah, there's a moment of like, oh, as you remember Kira performing this before with an assassinate. So
stab.
Okay.
Also, I can take a reaction. That's okay.
So
ooh, I can also do it
once with a natural 20. This is a critical hit, and then he gets one more with 14 plus.
Nice.
24, so that's fine. So it's going to be.
Get him, Joel.
Six, 76. Let me check I'm doing this right. So 7, and then it's 13. 13, and then it's 19. And then it's 25. Plus 5. Shrekmus is going to take 30 points of piercing damage.
Nice.
And Jaral has broken stealth and is going to pop into the initiative order just ahead of you, Cass. Sorry, ahead of Karul. You guys have 2 KA names.
Can I use my reaction after this?
You may. Go for it.
Can I try and cast Polymorph on Dracomus?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. 14 plus 7 is 21.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Okay. There's a moment where his body morphs and bubbles even more, but he shakes it off. Karul is going to come back at him with another firebolt. You get the impression he's trying to save his big spells. With a 14. And then a 15 Last chance. Okay. And then a 22. One, 9, 13. 23 points of damage as Shrekamus is burned from the center, except...
He has fire immunity, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's immune to fire.
Crawl, you idiot.
You say, and he's like, I'm rusty with dragons, okay? And so, next up in the order is Cass.
Okay, let me see. I think Cass would she's going to attack with Javelin of Lightning, bonus action recall it, and she has 2 attacks and then attack again. So that's what she's going to do.
Go for it.
So shall I roll the attacks simultaneously and just
do all of your attacks and just see which ones hit?
Yeah. A natural 1 and then 28. So
28, yep.
And then that is how many d6s do I need for this? 1, 2.
How many d6s do I need for this? You sound like me.
Wahahaha.
I know I'm doing. Is the map like?
Yeah, no one's moved as far as I'm aware, but Gerald needs to be behind Shrek now.
I thought you said he hopped back.
Gerald needs to be near Shrek now. Let me clarify my wording.
Could you send it to the thing?
Yeah.
I've also pre-rolled what I'm going to do.
That's fine.
I'm going to show you it so you can see.
Oh, that's not cropped. I can't send you guys that.
37.
Nice.
37. Oof! Lightning.
The one attack?
Yes. Lightning.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I rolled incredibly well then. It was very... You know when you roll and you look and it's just 1s across everywhere. And I was like, yes, it's like 6s across the board. Beautiful. 37.
Okay.
Sexy.
Just to make sure... Yeah, okay. There should be a map there with Gerald on it now as well. So Shrek is now minus 37, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so... all of that done, you see as Cass launches her lightning. Do you move anywhere?
That is a good point. Where are we? Because we're probably... This isn't a good point because he can cone us all in one thing. So I reckon Cass would... I think she would go to the opposite side. So opposite where Gerald is, basically.
Perfect. Gotcha. You're mimicking him on the other side.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we spread out, then he has to sort of target one group rather than everyone.
I have no choice.
Okay, so next up in the order is Ulster.
Ulster now doesn't have a choice to go either way, so he's going to run right in front of Shrekamus and cast Cone of Cold on him.
Okay. So you're going to right up to Shrekamus's feet?
Yeah, he has to, otherwise he's going to hit Geralcas.
Okay.
Sorry, if you had said that, you could have probably said it as...
No, he wouldn't have said anything. He definitely wouldn't have said anything.
I would not have allowed this.
It's a con save.
Con save.
But even if you get half damage, it's pretty good.
26.
So he takes 21 points of damage, of cold damage.
You watch as... It's almost interesting because you would want to think that this is like a cooling relief, putting the ice over his like bulging, clearly in pain side. But it pierces through his skin and like almost flakes it off in these like frostbite-like flakes, and it illuminating still with Cass's lightning just running through his veins. It looks like there's like an aurora just like bursting through his red skin. And it is bloody cold. Minus 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's freezing.
He is very cold. Do you want to stay there? Or do you want to move away?
If I move, I'll provoke a opportunity attack.
This
So.
is true. Right. Next up in the order is Bluey.
I accidentally deleted one of the spells from my sheet just then.
Oh no.
Can you do an undo thing on D&D Beyond or no?
No, but do you remember what spell it was?
Thunderous Smite, and I don't think that was modified at all, so I can
Just use that 100 smite as you like to. Yeah, that's okay.
So I think that's a bonus action.
Yep.
One bonus action, and it's cast on myself. Concentration up to a minute, and within that minute, if I hit with a melee attack for the first time, the weapon rings with thunder that is audible within 300 feet.
Yeah.
And the attack deals extra 2d6. So I'm gonna run up to within 5 feet of Shrekamus. I'm gonna shout, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry in Draconic." And then I'll roll my 3 attacks. One of those is a natural 20. Oh boy, it's gonna be damage central. So
yes, let's do it. Damage him.
Show what you're made of.
6 thunder damage.
6 thunder damage. Great. Okay. So first, it just kind of like rumbles through his chest, and then.
Then the next attack is a 22 to hit.
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat? Was 6 thunder damage? Have you also added in your melee attack damage?
That's just the damage from the Thunderous Smite spell.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Would it get doubled on a nat 20?
Yes. So it should be 12 damage.
I mean, I could choose the nat 20 to be the first attack. Does that?
Yeah, I mean, if you rolled them all together, then it doesn't really matter which one it is. And you take a photo of them. Okay. And it's okay. Unless.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, it's 12 thunder damage.
Brilliant. I've added that one. Okay. He looks bloody at this point.
Okay, so the damage for the nat 20. Okay, so because it's a nat 20, does it get an additional thing from Mentor's hand?
Check that.
I believe
your
it
natural
does.
20s are also lower. So if you get a 19, you also get a natural 20. Don't forget that. I think it might even be 18 now as well, right?
It is. Superior critical. Right. So, okay. There's the, okay. So there's the +6 to that. So that is 15. Oh, hang on. Doubling the dice damage.
And then add the 6.
Oh no, that's 9. 9. So 18 plus 6.
Yeah.
24, and then plus whatever's from Mentor's hand, and then also +7 because it is specifically a nat 20 with the sword. Jesus Christ.
So
24 plus 7.
Yep.
31
So
plus.
And then add Mentor's hand.
I can't remember what the. Hang on, I have an Excel spreadsheet. I should have had this up.
You have an Excel spreadsheet.
Mentor's hand. I think it adds like a D8 or something.
So roll a D8, and that's your final.
It's 2 times that. Oh no, I think it just. Oh, student and master 1d8.
Okay.
Okay, so 31 plus 1d8 is. So that's 34.
Okay. And that's it.
And then. No, that's not it.
Oh my god.
That's just one
so
attack.
Yeah. So yes, it's the 12 thunder damage. It is the hang on, just because that's a critic. No, that doesn't make sense. All right. All right, and then the next I rolled 2 3s plus a 6 is 12, so there's another 12 damage, and I re-roll that. It's also a 2 again, so it's again 6 plus 6, so that's another 12. So it is 12 thunder damage, and then 34 slashing, and then 12 slashing, and then 12 slashing.
Fucking hell, Bluey.
So that was epic. That is 70 points of damage.
That's yeah.
In one turn. So
is he dead?
He's not dead. He's got a little bit to go. But I said he was bloody at the beginning of this round. He is on his last legs at the end.
Who's next? Finishing off.
Beautiful.
We've dealt him like how much damage in just like a couple of turns. It's like he's like he's firing us, and then we're like.
As a legendary action, he is going to do a bite, a multi-attack. Sorry, on you, Bluey. So right as you finish that, he is going to Bluey. Oh well, he's going to move, isn't he? So first of all, to get there, he is going to provoke an opportunity attack.
I moved up to him. If he's or is he going to bite somewhere else?
No, that's fine.
Is he disengaging with me? Because that would be an opportunity attack.
No, he's not going to move because Bluey moved up to him.
How close is Bluey to me?
She's right next to you.
Yay! I can finally use one of my feats, which I haven't used yet because it's not come up. So this has never happened with Cass before. So she's like, "What the fuck?" So she's like, "No, Bluey!" And then we've said that it's going to be fairy wings.
Oh my god! What?
Yes. And they basically wrap around Bluey because she's close to me, and you have +6 to your AC, Bluey.
For this turn.
Yeah, it's just as this reaction, so it's just for like this for these attacks.
Okay. Oh my god!
You get a +6 AC. So the first one.
Finally, I get to use that feat. I've been so excited to use it. Yeah, Cass sprouts beautiful magical fairy wings and cocoons Bluey with them.
That's real cute.
29.
Okay, that hits.
Wow.
25.
That hits.
Even with the +6?
There is a major bonus from being this big and thick and dragony, I'm afraid.
Just kill him, someone. Do it.
But you look really pretty right now, and that means something to me.
I tried. And the first time I used it, it failed. Damn it.
No. I'm so sorry.
Come on, guys.
Cass, I really
fail. It just made Shrek work for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really had to work. So.
I didn't tell Queenie that we killed Shrek.
I haven't told her that I'm doing this. 14.
Jesus.
8.
I took your character and killed them.
Yeah, 24 plus 6. So you take 30 points of damage, 24 of which is piercing, and 6 of which is fire damage. As Shrekamus tears his maw open and just grips onto your shoulder and rips you back, and you're thrown to the ground a little. You're not prone, but that's just for flavour.
And how much damage in total? Sorry?
30.
30.
Nice.
And then the claw comes up and just rakes across your armor, tearing those wings a little bit, but working for it, you can tell. And that is 13 points of slashing damage.
Good thing Bluey's built.
Yeah. So it's 43 damage altogether.
Thank you.
I'm not a touch on yours, so whatever. Your damage makes his look shite.
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, next up in the order is Saraza.
Good, Saraza. You better kill him.
I pre-rolled. He hits with 1 attack, and he is going to do a goading attack. So that... No, he's not. What if we do a savage attack?
Come on, Saraza.
Okay, he's going to use a commander's strike. He is going to attack, and then he's going to use his bonus action to direct an ally to strike using its bonus action. And considering the situation, just seeing how badass Bluey was, he's going to have Bluey do it. Just because you're probably the most likely to be able to make a significant difference with 1 hit. So, first of all, I'm going to roll 1d8. 4 plus 9 slashing. So that is 13 points of damage from Saraza. And then, Bluey, can you make 1 attack, please?
1 attack.
Mhm.
Coming right up. Fuck. All right. 17.
17 does not hit, I'm afraid. It's just
right.
right. That's okay. He gives you a thumbs up to say, you tried, and that's what's important.
I feel like
he is...
it's like you went to attack and then you're like gushing blood and you're like, damn it, not quite got as much power as I did before.
You're just a bit frazzled after being attacked by Trechemus just then. Slia, it's your go. What do you do?
Come on, Slia, take him down.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom save. 13? No, 11.
Just 11?
Not gonna cut it.
11.
I don't know if y'all can hear the sound of me rolling 4d12s.
Me? Me rolling 4d12?
No, I'm rolling 4d12s.
Ooh, that's an interesting spell.
It's an 11 with the cherry on top.
So that's going to be 28 necrotic damage.
Oh.
As these kind of funeral bells start to sound around Shrek's head.
Oh, good. Okay. So, it looks like...
Are you doing Toll the Dead?
I did do Toll the Dead.
Stunning.
Nice, Cass has that one as well. I like it.
And because he's damaged,
yeah,
it's D12.
It looks like...
Yeah,
it looks
nice.
like that one is going to hit a little harder than usual. So could you please roll an extra d12 and add it to that total?
Sorry. That's a 12.
A 12? Okay.
Chimachi! Hell yes, Leah!
Shrekimus falls to one knee and just sways there for a moment.
Die.
And then is going to just, in retaliation, pick a random target surrounding it of the 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. No, 5, because Droll is there as well.
No.
So if it gets a 6, it'll roll again. Cass. It's going to use a legendary action to do a bite attack at you. He lashes out and rips onto you the same way he did for Louis.
My wings reappear and they give me a +6 now. Sucker.
Okay.
Probably still gonna get me, but we'll try.
Hang on,
Wow.
have you already used your reaction?
Oh, reaction.
This is a different. This is something.
Oh, okay.
This is different.
Okay, so it's a 19.
Okay.
Not with my +6.
Okay. Then with a 19, he tries to bite you and it just scrapes off your armor, these wings shielding you from danger. Loran looks at this fairly pathetic excuse for Shrekamus. And he just says, I feel like I should feel worse about finishing this off.
We need to go.
Well, then let's just put him away for a while. And Loran flicks his forehead and is going to cast Banishment. So, he is going to make a Charisma save.
When you go back to the material plane?
Yeah, Loran doesn't care.
What sort of adventures will this dead, transformed Shrekimus get up to on the material plane?
He'll only be there.
If it's going to
Oh no, he'll be there
work.
permanently. Because it would be his home one, isn't it? Oof.
Loran?
I don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to check.
Also, I thought he was dead with Slea's attack.
Oh.
Not quite?
Not quite. He's got like 6 HP.
Quite a beefy boy. We
Yeah.
hit him with quite a lot.
Yeah. He has a level 17. What were you expecting?
Yeah, that's true.
Come on.
When that doesn't work, Loran is like, oh, are you kidding me? And I think the only other thing he can do is he have any bonus action spells? Okay, the only thing that he can do is, as a bonus action, is Misty Step. He's not going to do that. But that means that Shrekamus is going to get one single round on the in this attack. So he is going to try and use his fire breath again.
On who?
It doesn't work because it does not recharge on the cone in front of him. So as a legendary action, seeing as he has people around him again, he's going to roll, or 1, 2, 3, 4, Ulster. He is going
to...
If he hits me, I can attack him back.
Yeah. Is going to make 3 attacks against you. 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws.
Okay.
Bite. 19 plus
Is
14.
Brian within 5 feet of me?
No, I'm not. No, he's not. I'm afraid he's 10 feet away from you.
No, that's okay. Go.
So 19 plus 14, so that's going to hit. 14 plus 14.
14.
19 plus 14 again. So all 3 are going to hit. First, you're going to take...
Plus 14, man.
Modified with a dragon. You're taking 9 plus 8, 17 plus 10. You're taking 27 damage from the bite, of which 19 is piercing and... No, 17 is piercing and 10 is fire.
So 27 in total, or?
27 total.
Okay.
And then from the claw...
Oh, great.
10...
I'm bloodied.
Plus 10 again, 20. You're going to take 36 points of slashing damage.
I'm nearly dead.
Nearly dead.
Jesus.
Cool. I'm not very happy with this Shrekimus Vitassian. So I'm gonna reaction.
Yeah.
Hit him with a blight.
A blight reaction.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. You get
Can
the
you do
impression
that as a reaction?
I am a warcaster.
Sick. Okay, roll me.
Wait, hold on.
What am I doing for you?
Do me a con.
Natural 1.
46 points of necrotic
He's
damage.
down.
Ta-da.
Shrek chokes on his own blood for a moment and then begins to shrink and wither down to a husk. And at that point, he's dead on the floor.
Cool. I'm gonna keep going.
Loran, seeing...
Does he have his cool sword?
You know what? That's fair.
And then before the round does anything, I'm going to heal myself.
Okay. Yeah. So he is going to what was I going to say? He's going to fall to the ground dead, and you look for his cool sword and you realise that it's probably been taken away from him, considering.
Of course it has, Emma. You don't want us to have it.
It could be in Elijah's lab, though.
Okay.
It could be in Elijah's lab.
I'm gonna heal myself as I go before Loran says anything.
Okay.
Okay.
He's like...
So, you heal yourself as you're kind of running. You run sort of almost out of sight going down those spiral stairs, just the speed of which you are going down and down and down.
He's gone full machine mode. Anything in his way, he's ready to go again.
Okay. It is not very far to the lab. Are you guys all following afterwards? Or are you stopping to heal?
Running.
Running, and I might cast a heal on myself and Bluey as we go, but mine's very pathetic, so I don't know if someone has a better heal.
Bluey has a second wind, which gives 1d10 plus 17 to herself. So I might just get her to do that.
Yeah, Cass can also do that as well. She might do that too.
Ooh, 17.
Where's D10? Where's my D10?
25. 25 back.
How much does that look like?
That was a lot of damage. I'm at 98.
So, as you run down the spiral staircase, healing yourselves as you go, also is taking the lead. Loran is not very far behind him at all. Also, you just kind of like bleed a little bit on the steps, and you remember as you approach this corridor that you need
Ender's blood
to enter here.
Okay, he will stop before the door. And he's going to hold a hand back and just say, we need to be prepared, whatever comes out of here.
There might be a sigil again.
Yeah. He kind of waves and he's like, I can... Any more globes of invulnerability we have? Anything?
Oh yeah, was that dragon breath of
it's an innate effect, it's not a casting spell.
Okay. I'd forgotten about that.
Okay. Also, it's going to take Ender's blood. And is it on the handle or on the door?
There is no handle that you can perceive. There is just a circle kind of, sort of like an inscription sort of on the door.
Can I read the inscription?
Sorry, when I say inscription, it's more like a visual. Inscriptions are all word. A motif, like an image, kind of just inscribed. It's like a circle, and you get the impression that is where you need to put the blood, if any.
Okay, I'm going to... Wait, I'm just going to ask you something off camera to check my memory.
I wonder if we should like ready a dodge action or something.
Okay, Alster's going to say, he's going to look at Slia and say, anything comes out, I'll be the first one hit, so... And he's going to drip the blood onto his hand and place it on the door.
Can Can Cass make it so that she'd be the first one hit? Because she's got more.
You can stand beside him if you want. Yeah.
I like she's going to stand slightly in front of him. But she's short, so you can still see. It feels like you're still first on it.
There's a moment where the door shudders, and you don't think. You're not sure if it'll open. But the stone recesses, and Ulster, you're kind of pressing against it, and you try a push. Do you push the door?
Yeah.
The push brings the door inwards, and it's heavy. You have to kind of lean against it, but you can do it with your own body weight. Kind of putting your elbow up to the stone. You feel around really close beside you. You feel Cass almost claustrophobic on the inside. It's kind of like pressed up against you, like, I'm here, I'm small, but I'm ready to defend you.
Like Cass.
And you push and you sort of just almost fall over the threshold as the door spins open.
That's like Dumbledore's door.
Yeah. And you take a step over the threshold, which is just about as long as it takes for Loran to notice the rune on the floor. And before he can reach out for you, Ulster, you feel just a very quick rush of cold. And from everyone else's perspective, you see Ulster just kind of push the door open. It swings in, and with the momentum of the door, he falls to his knees and falls forward flat on the ground. And there's a puff of acrid smoke from just around him. And
Cass was stood in front of him, so I think she would have been able to stop him falling.
Then you can stop him falling, yeah. But you'll be catching him just before he hits.
So Brand's frozen, stiff.
You can look.
Yes, please.
It's like the instance of
investigation
action.
check.
Yeah, what Arcana check?
Am I unconscious?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Arcana probably Cass would do as well.
So
26.
You are holding. Yeah. So you're holding him. It's kind of an awkward angle. You have to kind of lie him on the ground. And Loran immediately is right there next to him. Just sort of like pulling him up into a comfortable position and just holding his head up. Arcana, you feel an intense burst of necromancy.
Slea's was a sorry, I'm trying. It was a 29 on the total.
29 total. What are you doing? Medicine check?
Arcana.
Arcana, same thing.
Okay.
Strong burst of necromancy.
Hold on 1 second.
Also, if it helps, I rolled a 21 for medicine.
Okay. You sort of get that, considering it's a higher roll, you get that Arcana check first. And then you sort of like kneel down next to him and you just touch, doing the regular kind of once over. You don't feel a pulse or a heartbeat.
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
You touch Ulster's skin, Slea, and you kind of have a moment where you're like, no, that's not correct. You're checking again. And there's nothing. And Loran is watching you, and he's like, Slea?
Tell me I'm wrong.
What do you mean? At which point, Loran kind of looks down and starts doing his own check of swords.
Cass will frantically try and cast Cure Wounds on.
You cast Cure Wounds, and there's that kind of puff of glittery fey magic from beneath your hands. You're holding it over his heart, and it just withers against his chest and can't take.
Wake up, Brian. She's like shaking him and she's like crying. She's like, no!
Sleer, what are you doing?
Like, Slea's looking to Loran like, this is, like, she just is in complete, like, disbelief that he is actually dead.
If you're looking at Loran is looking at you and saying, well, why aren't you doing anything?
What can I do here?
Can I don't think Bluey knows or would know, and I think she'd want to try and do a spare the dying just in case. Just in case.
Okay.
So like touching his like knee.
You touch his knee, and there is a wash of silvery magic. It just flows over him like oil over water, and it can't mix.
Is it definitely that he's dead, and is he like, is the spell like feign death?
You see as Loran starts casting over him as if he's trying to figure out the same thing. The threads of his magic just tangling over his fingers as he tries anything. And in answer to your question, you just hear him say, it's not. No, not that. So, Sleer, you have what, like 45 seconds left? 30? So you've got to get going with your spell. You'll bring him back, Sleer.
We can't bring him back here.
Well, then.
I thought you can do anything but reincarnate.
Reincarnation is right. He's the only Sleer. Loran looks around like frantically and just like grabs the diamond dagger off his waist and thrusts it in your hand and she says, use this, just go, bring him back. I have more diamonds, I'll give them to you, do it now.
Like,
Sleer?
Okay, just for player me, it seems like that Ulster is like legitimately dead. It seems like, and with our magical knowledge, we could use some sort of necromancy spell, which would be like, which is, you know, spare the dying, raise the dead, etc., in order to like bring him back without tying him here.
Reincarnation suggests that you're going to bring it back in a body, which would be tied to or influenced by the plane it's from. Revivify is capturing a moment where the soul leaves the body.
Okay.
And bringing it back. It's a different kind of spell. The specific was reincarnation in the document.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that like it didn't apply to every single kind of like bring them back. Like that their souls wouldn't have like be tied to this plane. Okay, so yeah, there would have been no hesitation in that case because that was just me making player error of because like the moment she would have confirmed him dead, she would have already had a diamond out over his chest.
So, what diamond are you using?
She had 2 that were worth 5. Like, I know it's overkill to say, yeah, I'm going to use this diamond that's worth 500 to bring him back, but I'm going to do this because that's what I have. And she had 2 left.
Go for it.
So Sleia immediately starts casting Revivify on Ulster.
Cass is holding Brian's hand very, very tight.
Loran looks relieved and is just holding Ulster very closely. And Bluey?
Can Bluey like look inside the doorway of the lab just to check that nothing is seemingly approaching them as Sleia does this?
The door is still open, and you do see creatures pulling down the stairs. You might want to close the door.
And we all have vials of it, right?
You do.
Okay. Blue will close. She will.
Wait, you were in
the floor.
You're all inside the lab, I'm
Yeah.
assuming?
Yeah.
Oh, close the. All right, we're inside now. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If she's sensing threat from the outside, then she'll close the door.
Leah. You start casting the magic over Ulster, and as the diamond sinks into his chest like it usually does, spent by the spell, there's a moment of resistance. And the diamond just starts to buckle and crumble into carbon beneath your hands. And the diamond just flakes away.
She takes a second diamond and tries again.
Same thing.
Can Cass assist in any way?
How are you assisting?
Channeling any sort of magic into Celia, anything that would help.
You kind of you start druid crafting something like life-giving over her hands.
Should we switch microphones so it doesn't pick me up?
Yeah.
Hello. Just flowers blooming, anything that you might think give you a connection to Ulster. And the diamond again ashes away. At which point, Loran shoves you back, Slia, and starts giving Ulster, like, pressing on his heart and just trying to restart it manually. And just presses down and down and down, over and over and over again, checking his pulse frantically.
I think Cass would be like, step back and then use a little bit of lightning magic and try and restart Brian's heart like that as well. Like a little sort of paddles, basically.
Across the.
Yeah.
You try it again and it doesn't seem to be working. You get the impression that if magic isn't bringing it back, there's something wrong preventing the soul from re-entering the body.
Slia
And Loran
sends a message. She's already, like, while that's going on, she's already sent a message to roll me.
Okay.
Cass is going to cast Ash's Memento Mori, and I get to see exactly what happened. So I think with that,
you get to see exactly what happened. You're almost feeling it in the moment of Ulster's death. There is an item on his possession which is blocking him from being brought back, that he was attuned to when he died.
Now that I know that, can I figure out what it is?
Make an investigation check. For anyone else who's watching this.
27.
Okay.
29.
We'll get to that in a sec. For anyone else who's watching this, both Droll, Krul, and Saraza are waiting at Ulster's feet, almost. Behind you, Slia, with both Droll and Krul just stunned, and Saraza holding your shoulders, Slia, just keeping it together. As almost as well as he was when he was with Loran, but seeing Loran frantic like this, you can feel his shoulders shaking from fear. And even through everything you're doing, Cass, even through this investigation, Loran is still just pressing on his chest and holding his mouth against Ulster's, trying to breathe life back into him. And it's just nothing's happening. At which point you remember the diamond dagger just discarded, given to Pico Taro. And you ask yourself...
You knew I was going to have an issue with it.
And you ask yourself, Was it really Pico Taro who was the contingency? And the dagger is just discarded on the floor.
So can I Arcana check it, or I use detect just basically figure out what needs to be done? Can this be broke? If it is broken, can it be
fixed?
Yeah.
Wouldn't his attunement break once he was dead?
If you're attuned to it when you die, though.
Okay.
If someone else starts holding it and takes 10 minutes, is it attuned to them?
Natural 20.
With the Arcana check, it would be revealed to Cass, who could reveal to all of you that this item is a cursed diamond, which has which directly opposes the effects of reincarnating, revivify, that kind of spell. If you use the diamond to bring the person back, they cannot be brought back for 1d10 days. So long as the item is attuned to the person, which takes an hour, they heal only at half their usual rate of healing. So all healings, magic is halved.
So is there a way to make it so that we can bring Brian back? Is there a way to get rid of the curse, the attunement?
What are you trying?
By the way, everyone does know this. Cass is like, as she's figuring it out, she's like, imagine her like really fastly, like shouting it basically, like, it's the dagger.
Go on.
People can only attune to 3 things at a time, right?
Cursed object. You can only attune to 3 things at a time. A cursed object does work slightly differently.
Okay.
How many items were you attuned to?
Oh, no, bro.
Yeah. Are you in a fit state to answer questions about your untimely death?
Does anyone have... I have remove curse.
Try it.
Yeah, so if the object is cursed, its curse remains, but the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so it can be removed and discarded. So I guess she's going to try that at the highest level she can.
Okay. Go for it.
Does Leah
She does
both
it.
diamonds? Okay.
You cast remove curse. Can you roll me a D100, please?
Oh my god. All right. D100 it's these two, isn't it? So this one and then
that looks like a D8.
That's a D8.
No, it's D8. That was a D8. You're right. There we go. That's the one. Woo! 31.
It doesn't work. You need to roll beneath your level. On or beneath your level. When he sees that fail, and he sees all of you crying and screaming and struggling around Allstair's body.
Did you want to have my sending go through before this?
Sure. Tell me, what do you say to roll me?
Something's happened in the Shadowfell. Allstair had contingencies. His hair should be... Like, I assume that she would have known one of the locations for the lock boxes, and she would roll me very succinctly where.
Yep. There is no reply. You know the message was received. As all this is happening, And you are not idle, but casting over Ulster, trying to bring him back with magic, sending everything. Loran has gone quiet, unusually quiet. And he is just curled over Ulster's torso. And he just says, if you can't do anything, why don't you just get off him? And he lashes one hand out. And I need everybody to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Also, Slia is not up next to Ulster at that point.
Yeah. Anyone near him?
16.
Sarah's 10 plus 2. Okay. 16. Bluey?
11.
Slia?
Slia is standing a distance away.
Okay. You guys are all thrown back about 5-10 feet or so, and you land prone on the floor. And there's just like a wave of like golden kind of heat as Lauren pushes you away and just curls over Ulster, and you can tell that he's shaking. And as he does so, that magic remains stagnant and starts to sort of fracture. And like it looks almost like a Lichtenberg kind of figure as the golden sort of tendrils turn to like lightning, which begin to just spark and like travel between one another. And he doesn't look at any of you. He's only looking at Ulster. And as this magic begins to kind of crackle and create static electricity up your arms, Loran just says, I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. And then he just stops acknowledging you at all, and he's only looking at Ulster, and he just says, you can't leave me. And the magic begins to just spiral out of control. It's like nothing you've seen before. And how far away are you guys from Ulster? Would any of you try to crawl back to him? Are you keeping a distance?
I think Cass, at being thrown away, she's just sort of like kind of struck dumb in the sense that she doesn't know what to do, and she's felt grief before but never like this, and I think she's just sort of stuck in place.
And keeping your distance from this viewpoint, you see the magic just almost reaching critical mass as it presses against all the corners of this corridor, and then all at once, with just a mind-shattering flash, which is subdued so fast by the shadows, it's almost impossible to figure out what's going on. There's just an ignition point hanging in the air. A core of just like swirling gold, occasionally flashing blue. And it just hangs there over Loran. And he just says to Ulster in that quiet moment, thought I could do this. And there's a rattling noise as the walls begin to kind of shake and shudder, and you almost feel like you want to grip onto something with just the intensity of the magic here. And Ulster, get back for a second. You're in this nothing. A dark, grey space which isn't allowing you to go where you know you're meant to be. Keeping you from Sylvanus' realm. It's keeping you from the mortal plane. it's a shadowy place. And it's so cold here. It's colder than the Messiah ever was. And it's colder than Yin. It's colder than the bottom of the sea, really. Anywhere you can imagine. And there's just nothing left of you. Then you feel just ahead, above you, somewhere, if there is direction, just out of your sight, a vibration and a spark that just crackles, and the warmth of that tiny thing which has forced its way through here, it just brings a tiny bit of sensation back to your chest. Creates an opening wide enough for you to feel all of a sudden the surge of so much healing magic. It's almost like you're being shocked from a sensation on your hand, a delayed feeling. You feel the compressions of your chest just rattling you, pulling you forwards, each press dragging you like you've got a tether from your rib cage, just pulling you forward closer and closer to that magic point. And you feel, as you come close, so that spark is overwhelming your vision, that it almost looks like a sun ahead of you. A very simple wish. And that light fills your vision. And it's like you're staring up at the sky, just blinking as lights fade from it, and you see right ahead of you Loran's face, just pressed up against yours. And you can tell he doesn't quite know whether you're alive or dead yet.
Can I move?
Make me a strength check.
17.
17, you can move.
I will try and just touch him then.
You reach up your hand, and everyone else, from your perspective, that magic seeped into Ulster's chest, that wish which Loran cast just then, flooded over him. And in that moment, Sleer, every hit of Revivify went through his chest like a shockwave. Cass, lightning trickled over his hand and shot up his arms. And then, with the slowest, most painstaking movement that seems to last forever, he reaches up and he holds Loran's face. And that's the first time we've ever had Wish used in a game. Ulster, you're alive. For now.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm already there.
Ugh.
I have to fix this now on my sheet. I am no longer dead. Goodbye, death. What's my HP though?
You come back with 1 HP.
Right.
But luckily, with the remove curse delayed hitting your stream all at once, you're no longer tethered to that diamond.
Cool. I don't know it was that. I'm like,
I thought the remove curse didn't work because it didn't get onto the.
The wish
No, I think once.
opened up a
Yeah.
channel for all that magic to just hit him at once.
Okay.
What Loran wanted for Ulster to come back. And you guys tried real hard.
which one?
the way I'm seeing it is it's probably a bit darker than Wish usually works. I like to think that if you ask for something from Wish, you have to take something from somewhere else. I haven't decided what yet. Who knows? Regardless, with Allstair coming back to consciousness, in Loran's arms and looking at all of you, you hear the sounds of clanging from beyond the door behind you. And you remember where you are. And Saraza looks like he has a strangled expression on his face, torn between mourning and joy and horror at the fact that you have yet to face Elijah, and still one of you was killed. Loran doesn't do anything. He just holds Allstair. Karul, Dral, unable to move, unable to respond. But ahead of you stretches a dark tunnel, at the ends of which you can just see, like phosphorescent algae in a cave, light deceptively welcoming you forwards. And that's where we'll leave the game. I kept it.
Oh,
No.
you just ripped out everyone's heart.
I was wondering whether it would be Cass or you. Because Cass, you've got Ender's arm. It's whoever opened the door would be the first one hit by the trap.
That was super fun.
We can have a rundown and look through my notes. After this campaign is complete.
Oh,
You died.
how's everyone feeling tonight?
Louis, I've only got you left. And then I get them all. I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Fucking death Pokemon at this point.
Yeah. Only got one more to go.
Wait, does this mean that I'm under the same effect that Sleia was under, or am I not? Because Wish is different.
I think I'm going to investigate Wish,
Mm-hmm.
and then I will come back to you with more information.
The price you pay with Wish, could some of that cost be lessened by the fact that we all tried our fucking darndest?
Yeah. You tried really fucking hard. So.
Well, it's not like Bluey could do much, but she tried.
You did. I'm proud of you.
To be fair, you shut the door and prevented us all being instantly murdered again. So, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Bluey.
pretty fucking useful.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay, well, Cass is broken. She was
Can we
already broken. But she's really broken now.
Can we switch the mics so that we can hear Lily better? Because Lily's very quiet.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm super hungry.
I'm super hungry and I kind of want to have a bath.
Yeah.
Feel very shaky.
That's a very traumatic, and I'm very unhappy.